That's us now live, Chris.
Lovely. Thanks, Carl. Okay, good morning, everybody. Today we will begin session 2 of the inquiry into the Section 36 application for the Sanquhar 2 wind farm. So this is day 6 of the inquiry. This session is to hear evidence on the landscape and visual effects of the proposed development. So I'm expecting this session to take 3 days. Inquiry session 1 was held 2 weeks ago during the week beginning the 4th of October. So this was focused on evidence on aviation radar and systems and was held over the course of 5 days. So for those of you who attended that session, welcome back. For those of you joining for the first time, welcome to you also. My name's Christopher Warren. I'm a reporter from the Scottish Government's Planning and Environmental Appeals Division, the DPEA, and I've been appointed by Scottish ministers to conduct this inquiry. So before I go any further, can you still hear me okay and see me okay? Just tell me if you can't.
Yes, good sir, thank you.
Lovely.
Yes, thank you.
So we'll almost certainly have the odd glitch from time to time over the course of the week. So if that happens, don't panic. Please just tell me if you're able to. And if I spot you having difficulties with your image or something like that, then I'll draw that to your attention. So I outlined a few housekeeping points on day 1 of the inquiry, but it's worth just recapping. So please keep your microphone muted unless you're speaking. Observers should keep microphones turned off, please. If you wish to interject at any point, please raise your hand. If I miss you, then just turn your microphone on to get my attention. That's fine. Just bear with me. Hello. Okay, Mr. Armstrong, I saw you wave at me then.
Sorry, we lost you here in Dumfries, but you're back now.
Did you? Okay, yeah, I saw that I'd frozen. I've just turned my video off and on again. So hopefully once it gets warmed up, we'll be fine. So I'm not sure whether you caught everything, Mr. Armstrong. So I was just going through the housekeeping points. So I was saying, in terms of having phones on silent, please, that includes kind of landline phones that are near to you if possible. And finally, please ensure you're sticking to social distancing protocols. So the whole of the inquiry is being live streamed on the DPA webcast site, and a recording of each day's proceedings can be viewed there as well. So by participating today, you're consenting to the recording, storage and use of this material for webcasting, training and for the keeping of records that are accessible by the public. Has anybody got any questions so far? Obviously cover quite a few more items before we make a start. No. Okay, so not everybody who's on in the meeting today was in attendance on the 4th of October. It would be helpful to confirm appearances for this session, please. So for the applicant first, Mr. Hardy, please.
Yes, so good morning, sir. My name is David Hardy, that's H-A-R-D-Y. I'm a barrister with Squire Patton Boggs, and we are planning lawyers nationwide, but I'm based in Leeds. And then one witness who's going to be Mr. Denny from Pegasus Group, and he's the expert on landscape and visual matters.
Thank you, Mr. Hardy. Good morning. And for Dumfries and Galloway Council, please, Mr. Armstrong. Thank you.
Sir, my name is Douglas Armstrong. I'm Queen's Counsel, a member of Terra Firma Chambers and the Faculty of Advocates. I'm instructed by Peter Ferguson, partner at Harper MacLeod, and we have one witness, Mark Steele, who will be giving evidence on landscape and visual effects.
Thank you, Mr. Armstrong. And for the Stop Sanquhar 2,
So good morning, I'm John Campbell. I'm Queen's Counsel at the Scottish Bar, and I'm representing Stop Sanquhar 2, which is the third-party objection group. As you know, I have 5 witnesses whose recognitions you have.
Thank you, Mr. Campbell. Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
And in terms of individuals, I'm expecting Mr. Mundell, MSP. I see you on the screen, Mr. Mundell. Good morning.
Good morning. I appear on behalf of constituents, and I intend to read out my statement as planned, and potentially to ask some questions to some of the other witnesses if permitted.
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Mundell. Good morning. Are there any other individuals on the call, or anybody else for that matter, who was expecting to be participating today, but I haven't given the opportunity to introduce themselves? No? Okay, good. So in terms of just a very quick overview in terms of how we'll proceed, each day the inquiry will sit until around 5:30 to 5 p.m. With a break for lunch of about an hour at a convenient time starting between 12:30 and 1 p.m. We'll also have comfort breaks in the middle of the morning and afternoon. Tomorrow and on Wednesday we'll begin at 9:30. Please just don't forget that we've sent you separate links for each day's proceedings. I don't think there's any need for me to explain inquiry procedures again now, other than a couple of important points. So in this session, evidence will be heard in the following order. So we'll begin with the applicant, followed by Dumfries and Galloway Council, followed by Stop Sanquhar 2's witnesses, followed by Mr. Mundell. And that same order will also apply to the cross-examination of the applicant's witnesses, or witness. So as I explained last week, each witness will be invited to read their precognition, but I'm happy to take these as read if you wish. If precognitions are being read, only those parts of the precognition that are of direct relevance to landscape and visual matters should be read out if it also makes reference to wider matters. So on this point, I will be strictly ensuring that evidence and questioning stays focused on issues that are of direct relevance to landscape and visual matters. So as I said, we have 3 days timetabled for this session. I've agreed to hear Ms. Mooney's evidence for Stop Sanquhar 2 objection group at 2 p.m. on Wednesday. Mr. Campbell, are your other witnesses able to be flexible in terms of times and proceedings?
Yes, sir, as far as I know.
Okay, thank you. Could I, Mr. Campbell, which order do you intend to call your witnesses presently?
Presently, I intend to call Mr. Liggett and Mrs. Many first, followed by, depending where we are on Wednesday, Ms. Coulthart, Miss Mooney, and Susan Hall.
That's helpful, thank you.
That could change, sir, but I don't, at the moment, see any reason why it should.
Absolutely. No, I'm quite relaxed about which order your witnesses are heard, Mr. Campbell. Thank you. Mr. Mundell, it looks likely that we would hear your evidence on Wednesday afternoon after Stop Sanquhar 2's witnesses have been heard. So I would anticipate that would be towards the end of the day. But if you're participating in all 3 days, that shouldn't be a problem for you. Hopefully, is that okay?
Yeah, no, that's absolutely fine.
Lovely. Okay, thank you. Does anybody else have any questions about how we're proceeding with this session? No? Okay, so in terms of site inspections, so I mentioned on day 1 of the inquiry that I've already made extensive site inspections. Relevant parties I will have received notification now that I intend to make an accompanied site inspection to 4 properties on Thursday next week. That's the 28th of October. So that's to Polskioch, Shinelhead, Craig's Farm Cottage and Craig's Steading. Thank you to everybody who's responded so far. And if you've received the letter but haven't yet responded, please could I ask that you do so as soon as possible, ideally within the next day or so. This should go to the case officer, Jane Anderson. It just gives me the opportunity to make necessary arrangements. Mr. Campbell, thank you.
Do you know that you can't motor from Polskirch across the hill down into the Afton Valley?
Yes, I do, yes.
You have to go back the way and round.
Yes, no, whilst it's very close as the crow flies, it's quite some drive, but
Yeah.
yes, I've already done that, which is why I've allowed hopefully sufficient time to make that journey between the site inspection times that I've proposed.
That's fine, sir. Just checking.
Yes, no, thank you. I appreciate it. The sat-nav might try and take me that way, so that is helpful.
Well, there is a forestry road, sir, and if you want to bend the rules, we might talk to the forester and see if he could take you over. But I think you'd be better sticking to your own plan, unless you have a Land Rover.
I don't, but no, that's fine. Thank you. I'll stick to the roads. Okay, so if there's nothing else to raise about the site inspections now, as I say, it would be helpful if I could hear back from those who I haven't heard back from yet. So in terms of Mr. Armstrong.
So I was just going to suggest in relation to the site visit was that the council are happy, obviously, with the areas you've suggested, that perhaps we reserve the position to if there should be anywhere else to go until the end of this inquiry session, because it may well be that something crops up during this session that it might be helpful to also have an accompanied site visit, perhaps included on the 28th of October.
I'm certainly happy to keep an open mind about that at this stage. As I say, I've made extensive inspections already. I probably will make further unaccompanied inspections as well after I've heard the landscape and visual evidence. But if there's a clear need for further accompanied inspections or a clear benefit, then I'm certainly happy to consider that and to explore whether or not we can fit that in on the 28th. Anything more about site inspections before we move on? No, okay, thank you. So in terms of the programme for the rest of the week, we also have 2 hearing sessions scheduled for Thursday and Friday. So hearing session 1 on Thursday will focus on energy and planning policy. I've already issued the agenda for that. Hearing session 2 will focus on the proposed conditions and potential need for a legal agreement for in the event that consent is granted. This will be held on Friday. So both hearing sessions will begin at 10 AM on each day. Finally, as I've made clear already, both the inquiry and hearing sessions form part of the inquiry as a whole, and so I'll not formally close the inquiry until the end of hearing session 2. Are there any more questions or matters arising at all before we hand over to Mr. Hardy?
No, thank you.
Okay. Mr. Hardy, when you're ready, please call the applicant's witness. Thank you.
Yes, good morning then, sir. There are a lot of documents, as you know. One of the things that I've asked to be done is a schedule of the documents that Mr. Denny intends to refer to in his evidence in chief. And I wonder if it would be helpful to circulate that rather than read out 20 documents so that people know where we are. It's just it's a single page of A4.
Yes, Mr. Hardy, how would you propose to circulate it?
I've got so instructing solicitors can send that round to the main parties. I think that can be done now. Okay.
I'm happy with that. Can I just check, has everybody got access to their emails as we speak? Yes.
I've got email addresses. I hope that's helpful. What I can do in the meantime is just introduce Mr. Denny to the inquiry. I wonder whether I can do that while that email is being sent.
Yeah, certainly.
So to do that, Mr. Denny, I'm going to take you to the inquiry report. So that's in the applicant's documents. That's 001003. Section 1. And if you could read, please, Mr. Denny, paragraph 1.1 until I stop you.
Mr. Hardy, sorry to interrupt it. We just suddenly started to get an echo. Do you have another computer open which has got the audio on by any chance near you?
Goodness, I'm getting that as well now. That's just started. Yes. Shall I try and sort that out? Because there's a lot of feedback I'm getting as well.
Yeah, I don't think it would be good to proceed as it is right now. So if you want a couple of moments, I don't know, as I say, if you've got other computers on nearby which have got the streaming on, that can sometimes cause interference.
Yes. If I can have 2 minutes just to sort that out, thank you.
Of course. Yeah, thank you.
Right, do you just want to turn your video?
whilst we're waiting for Mr. Hardy, we've received the email. Can I check, Mr. Armstrong, have you received the documents listed yet? Mr. Campbell?
Yes, I have. Thank you.
Excellent. Mr. Armstrong? You're on mute, Mr. Armstrong.
Yes, I have just received it.
Excellent. Mr. Mundell, have you received it? Yes. Great.
Do that.
Mr. Hardy, let's see whether that sounds any better.
Yes. Technology, is that without feedback?
Yeah, that sounds good to me. Can everybody else hear clearly? Yes?
Yes, we can.
Great. Okay, thank you, Mr. Hardy.
Thank you very much. We should have circulated, or the email has been circulated. People should have received that list of documents. So I hope that's been helpful in trying to order paperwork. Right, we were about to introduce Mr. Denny, and I was going to take him to the inquiry report. That's APP 001003. And I was going to invite Mr. Denny to read his paragraph 1.1 onwards until I stop him.
Just to check, can everybody hear me? Good. I start off by saying the inquiry report has been prepared by myself, that I'm a chartered landscape architect, a fellow of the Landscape Institute, and a member of the Institute of Environmental Management and Assessment. I've practiced as a chartered landscape architect since 1987 and have been a chartered environmentalist since the year 2000. I became a fellow of the Landscape Institute in 2019. The Fellowship of the Landscape Institute is the highest form of chartered membership awarded to its innovators, leaders, and ambassadors. It recognises senior members of the academic community who have made a particular contribution to teaching, research and academic inquiry in landscape. And I have over 35 years of experience in working within the development sector and in landscape consultancy, and have been employed as a senior director with Pegasus Planning Group. I presented evidence at public inquiries and appeals on more than 150 occasions, and previously presented landscape and visual evidence at the number of wind energy development public inquiries, including recently at the consented Paul's Hill 2 wind farm inquiry. And then further details are contained at my Appendix 1.
Thank you very much. And then you confirm that you've complied with your professional obligations, Mr. Denny. We don't need to read that out. Okay, the next thing then is to turn to your precognition, and it's short. I'm going to ask you to read that, and then we're going to deal with a number of supplementary matters. So to your precognition, please, and could you read that through?
Yes, I'll skip the very first paragraph because that's a summary of the introduction. This precognition summarises my position on the landscape and visual matters relevant to the application by Community Wind Power Limited for the construction and operation of a wind farm comprising up to 44 wind turbines and associated infrastructure, the Sanquhar 2 Community Wind Farm. It also addresses any matters raised in the inquiry reports of Dumfries and Galloway Council and other third parties. It should be read in conjunction with my inquiry report and the landscape and visual assessments, the LVIA, as set out in the July 2020 additional environmental information and in the June 2021 supplemental information. I've been involved in the proposed Sanquhar 2 Community Wind Farm since April 2017, when Pegasus Group was appointed to provide landscape and visual impact assessment services in relation to the project. As part of this instruction, I played a role in the iterative design process for the project, providing landscape and visual input, which was taken into consideration in the development of the final proposals. And then matters raised in the Dumfries and Galloway Council reasons for objection. Reason for objection 1. There are several different matters included with this single reason for objection, which I've addressed in turn in my inquiry report. Whilst I'm aware what they say, the questions of compliance with LDP2, Policy IN2, wind energy and its associated adopted supplementary guidance, and Policy OP2, design quality and placemaking, is a matter of judgment for a specialist planner, and in that regard, I defer to the evidence of Mr. David Bell. The matter of acceptability or otherwise of effects is not a matter for the landscape consultant to address. It is accepted that the scheme would give rise to some limited significant effects on the local landscape character in the vicinity of the site. However, that does not mean that the proposed development has failed to respond appropriately to its landscape setting in terms of character. The design process for the wind farm was one where landscape and visual effects have been addressed in a reasonable manner. This has resulted in a well-designed and well-sited scheme which is considerate of the natural environment and the local and wider landscape setting of the site. Then turn to reason for objection 2. It is noted that the identified effects on landscape character are localized in nature, extending to no more than 7 kilometers from the proposed turbines, and in some cases extending to less than this distance. Such localized effects on landscape character are an inherent and inevitable consequence of any wind energy development of this scale and generating capacity, and do not of themselves justify refusal for a wind farm in a landscape outside a nationally designated landscape, such as this one. Reason for objection 3. The matter of potential effects on visual receptors was addressed in detail in the LVIA, including in relation to residential properties, walking and cycling routes, road users, and other recreational facilities. The potential for cumulative effects was also considered, including with regard to other consented and application stage schemes. This cumulative assessment was updated in the June 2021 supplemental information, which updated the assessment based on a cut-off date of the 31st of May 2021. For information regarding other nearby cumulative sites, it is not considered that the effects on visual receptors would be especially unusual or unexpected for a commercial wind energy development of this nature. The effects would be largely contained within a relatively limited and localized area surrounding the site. Reason for objection 4. In order to seek to understand what might be considered the special qualities of the Thornhill Uplands Regional Scenic Area, the RSA, the description of the Thornhill Uplands as set out on page 33 of the Regional Scenic Area Technical Paper has been considered. In summary, whilst it is acknowledged there will be some limited significant effects upon landscape character and visual amenity experienced from relatively small parts of the RSA and in viewpoints towards the RSA from the landscape beyond its boundaries, there will not be significant effects upon the ability to appreciate the underlying Thornhills uplands landscape. The landscape as a whole would remain attractive and legible, and it is not considered that those significant landscape and visual effects which have been identified in relation to the RSA would be such as to undermine the integrity of the RSA landscape or the ability to understand and appreciate the landscape of the RSA as a whole. Matters relating to compliance or otherwise with a specific policy, LDP2, policy NE2, regional and scenic areas, are addressed separately in the evidence of David Bell. Reason for objection 5. A revised aviation lighting strategy, which has reduced from 42 turbines with visible lights to 19 turbines, and with visible lights on the nacelles of the turbines only, has been approved by the Civil Aviation Authority. On this basis, it is understood that the potential for significant effects on landscape character or visual amenity during low light levels would be reduced when compared with the proposals for all the turbines to be lit. In particular, it is noted that the potential for significant effects on the character of the landscape in the immediate vicinity of the site during low light levels would be reduced to a distance of 2.5 kilometers from the turbines. There would be no significant effects during low light levels in relation to visual receptors other than the seven number residential properties, whereas significant effect was identified in relation to the daytime period, although the applicant understands that some of these are financially involved in surrounding wind farm schemes. Again, the matter of compliance with policy regarding the aviation lighting and the overall planning balance is addressed separately in the evidence of Mr. David Bell. The effects of the proposal would be very limited and localized. The matter of potential impacts on residential visual amenity are addressed in detail in the LVIA, the inquiry report, and it is not agreed that the proposed development would result in any overwhelming effects on either Polskioch or Shingle Head, or indeed any other residential properties in the vicinity of the site. I then turn to matters raised in the Dumfries and Galloway Council inquiry report. The matters raised in the inquiry report of Dumfries and Galloway Council, prepared by Mr. Mark Steele, are largely already addressed in my inquiry report, where I consider each of the Dumfries and Galloway Council's reasons for objection in turn. To confirm, however, in line with the findings of my inquiry report, I disagree with the position set out by Mr. Steele in his conclusion at paragraph 10.2.1 that each of the 6 council reasons for objection are valid. I note in particular at paragraph 3.1.5 of his evidence, Mr. Steele summarised the earlier findings of the council's landscape architect in their consultation response, where they state that, and then I quote, following the LDT policies, they would not be met by the scheme. It is important to reiterate that the matter of compliance with policy or the acceptability of effects is not a matter for the landscape consultant to address without recourse to the wider planning balance. This should therefore not have been a matter for the council's landscape architect, nor for Mr. Steele. On a similar basis, I note that in his conclusions regarding landscape capacity at paragraph 4.3.4, Mr. Steele suggests that the fact that there would be significant landscape and cumulative effects from the wind farm would be such as to imply that the Dumfries and Galloway wind farm landscape capacity study was correct to conclude that there is no capacity for the proposed development. Whether or not a scheme would result in significant effects is very different matter to capacity. Significant effects are inevitably going to result from commercial-sized wind turbines, but this does not mean that the landscape cannot satisfactorily accommodate them. Capacity is a function of the need for renewable energy generation, which is set by politicians and policymakers. In this regard, it is of note that NatureScot now considers that turbines should not be referred to as capacity studies when no regional or local targets are available to determine that capacity. They have said that landscape sensitivity assessments should reflect their purpose, which is to provide strategic assessment of relative landscape and visual sensitivity to certain defined forms of development. The Dumfries and Galloway wind farm landscape capacity study, which should be considered for guidance only, deals in part with landscape sensitivity, but is a capacity study insofar as it seeks to limit development both geographically and in terms of scale. In his discussion on the effects of the Ken unit of the narrow wooded valley landscape character type, LCT4, paragraph 5.2.6, it is noted that the Council's inclusion of this LCT within their reason for objection 2 was a precautionary approach in the absence of visualizations necessary for an assessment of effects. It is, however, not a requirement for visual material to be prepared to inform judgments made in an LVIA, with such material being simply a tool to aid the landscape architect's judgments and not a substitute for their own experience and knowledge from the site visits and the appraisals. It would therefore have been expected that Mr. Steele would seek to confirm the Council's position on this matter within his evidence, rather than continuing the precautionary approach. I discussed the effects on LCT4 at paragraph 4.12.14 of my inquiry report. Paragraph 5.3.7 of Mr. Steele's report sets out that he considers that the proposed development would alter the characterization of the landscape from a with wind farms landscape character subtype to a wind farm landscape character subtype. It's not agreed that such a wind farm landscape would extend to cover the landscape beyond the immediate environs of the site itself. I also note the comments by Mr. Steele regarding the assessment of visual effects in his section 6.1, and I, however, do not agree that there has been any inconsistency in the determination of level of effect and consequential significance. In the July 2020 AEI, and in particular in the assessment of the LVIA, viewpoints 3, 6, 22, and 23, as suggested by Mr. Steele, the LVIA judgments were prepared in line with the LVIA assessment criteria at Appendix 6.1 of the July 2020 AEI, which is in line with the principles of best practice for landscape and visual impact assessment. I then turn to matters raised by third parties. My inquiry report also considers the matters relating to the consultation responses and inquiry statements of the third parties. These include the responses of the third parties who are appearing at the landscape and visual component of the public inquiry, namely Stop Sanquhar 2, Mr. Mundell and Mr. and Mrs. Meany. The report also considers the consultation responses of Nature Scott, at the time known as Scottish Natural Heritage, as well as briefly addressing the position reached by East Ayrshire Council regarding landscape and visual matters. I've considered the inquiry report now prepared by Stop Sanquhar 2 and note that it simply repeats the conclusions of the earlier inquiry statement, which I've already addressed. The overall summary. I consider that Sanquhar 2 Community Wind Farm is an appropriate form of scale of development that can be accommodated within its local and wider landscape context, whilst giving rise to only localised significant landscape and visual effects. Localised significant effects of wind farms in terms of views and character are an inherent and inevitable consequence of such development. In that context, having considered the Dumfries and Galloway reasons for objection and their inquiry statement, noting that East Ayrshire Council has not objected to the scheme, and the consultation responses of S&H, now Nature Scott, and representations and inquiry statements of other parties, including Stop Sanquhar 2, Mr. and Mrs. Meany, and Mr. Mundell, it is considered that there are no grounds in terms of landscape and visual effects, when considered in their own right, which would justify the refusal of planning permission, landscape and visual effects, and they should be taken into account in the overall planning balance, and their acceptability or otherwise should not be determined in isolation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Denny. Now there are some matters by way of supplementary questions. I've got 8 of those in total. But before we do that, hopefully you've produced a list of documents that you want to refer to. I notice missing from that list is the inquiry statement. And then secondly, the statement of agreed matters, which I think is CD 15002. I'm not going to ask you to go there particularly, but just to ask you generally in terms of level of agreement on matters, what is your observation for the reporter?
Well, there has been a quite good level of agreement on matters relating to the assessments that have been undertaken, the material that's been provided, obviously other than the extent or number of visual effects, both cumulative and visual, which remains the difference between the parties.
Thank you. Then the first matter, we're going to take it in the order that's set out in the document list, landscape effects. Let's open up some of the documents. The character units are shown on the AI LVIA figures from July 2020. I think they're figures 6.4 and 6.5. So the references there is CD 002.159 and then CD 002.160. So we just wait while people get those out. If people have got those, Mr. Denny, what just in terms of summary, in terms of evidence in chief, what do you want to say about landscape effect?
Yes, the landscape effects of the proposed development are assessed in the EIAR in relation to the character units that will be affected and the distances within these units over which the effects are predicted. These are LCT 9, Upper Dale, the Upper Nithsdale unit, up to 7 kilometres from the turbines, LCT 10, the Upland Glens, the Shingle unit, up to 4 kilometres from the proposed turbines, LCT 10 Upland Glens, the Sanquhar unit, up to 5 kilometres from the turbines, and LCT 19 Southern Uplands, the Nithsdale unit, beyond 4 to 5 kilometres to the south and 5 kilometres to the east, and for which it is assessed there will be moderate levels of effect. Council's assessment is that there is a moderate major effect, which would be more logical, that with this increase in the assessed level of effect, the distance over which the effects are likely to extend would be increased along the Sanquhar Water and the Shingle Valley. I note, however, that some of these effects may, in the Council's assessment, be marginally significant, which I take to be effects on the cusp of significance. The EIAR assessment is that the effects upon these character units is moderate and significant, other than for the Southern Uplands LCT 19, where for the valley floor and the valley slopes, moderate and not significant, and moderate minor and not significant effects are assessed. The assessment of landscapes effects is set out in detail at section 6.7 of the AI, July 2020, from page 16 and from paragraph 6.7, and at table 6.7 on page 24, where there's a summary. The Council also considered there will be significant additional landscape and visual effects on the Ken unit of the Southern Uplands with Forest LCT 19A. The AI assesses the various geographical areas of the Ken unit as the effect of the turbines differs across the landscape. The assessment in the AI reports a level of effect which is moderate to high for the site and its immediate environs, which is significant. And for the remainder of the unit, the effects varies with overall moderate minor to moderate effects, which is not significant, particularly for the heads of the Keller Water and the Uchen Water valleys. For the head of the Sanquhar Water Valley, the effect is moderate and not significant, and for the southern section of the LCT, there would be a moderate minor effect, which also was deemed not to be significant. And these assessments are set out in detail in the AI at paragraph 6.734 to 6.751.
I think I just put a reference in there, Mr. Denny, so we know where we are. That's CD 003006. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
I think that's document 5 on your schedule.
Yes. For the Nithsdale unit Southern Uplands 19, the Council considered that the effects will be significant and direct upon open ridges and summits, the head of the Sanquhar Water Valley and the tributaries of this valley between the Sanquhar Water and the Shingle Water valleys, and direct on the backdrop and wider setting these provide to other landscapes. The AI assesses the various geographical parts of the character unit as follows. The introduction of the proposed turbines to the Nithsdale unit would give rise to a high magnitude of change upon the character of the site itself and its immediate environs, including parts of the Sanquhar Valley towards its head. The level effect would be major and significant. Further southeast, within the landscape character unit, the level effect would be moderate from the upper slopes and hill summits and moderate minor from within the valleys and not significant. To the east of the Sanquhar Valley, the effects at distances up to 3 kilometres would be major to moderate and significant. Beyond 5 kilometres to the east, the effect would be moderate minor and not significant. And within the northern part of the character area, the character unit, the changing character of the slopes of the Uchen Water Valley and the southern slopes of the Callow Valley would have a moderate minor effect and not be significant.
All right, well, that's helpful in terms of opening some of the documents up and graphics and the questions, obviously. Second topic, substantive topic, visual effects. Mr. Steele sets out in his inquiry report, I think it's paragraphs 6.1.2 onwards, significant effects reported in the AIR. And in particular, he makes a point about inconsistency that he alleges in the assessment. So I'm interested in your response to that that particular point, Mr. Denny.
Yeah, so I also set out that Mr. Steele considers that because of that, significant effects would be within 10 kilometres of the proposed development. However, he concludes that there is an inconsistency in the determination of the level of effect and the consequential significance of some viewpoints. This relates to the judgment of significance when combining magnitude and sensitivity. Mr. Steele's also stated in his inquiry report that there is no indication as to which combinations of sensitivity and magnitude would result in which levels of effect, and that he finds some of the findings illogical. I'll briefly address the criticism made regarding the application of the assessment methodology within the LVIA. Pegasus ceased using a matrix approach to assessment judgments soon after the publication of GVLA 3 in 2013. The note at GVLA 3 is core document 12007. GVLA 3 confirms that professional judgment is a very important part of LVIA and acknowledges that there will be a difference of judgment between professionals. Indeed, Sir, CD 12008, which I think is the Landscape Institute's clarification to GVLA 3, reiterates that point about the preeminence of professional judgment. And it concludes that there will be differences of judgment between professionals. In applying the guidance of GVLA 3, Pegasus, along with many other practitioners, ceased using the tabular form of assessment in favor of a greater role of professional judgment. The Pegasus methodology is in full accordance with best practice guidance for landscape visual impact assessment, GVLA 3, and is not a prescriptive or mechanical approach to assessment, but one that seeks to allow the professional judgment of the assessor to be properly exercised. Where the LVIA assesses a moderate level of effect for a high sensitivity receptor with a medium magnitude of effect, as stated in Mark Steele's inquiry report at para 6.1.4, this is not a misapplication of the methodology, but an application of judgment made on site by the assessor in the context of the assessment material. The differences between Mr. Steele's assessment and that of the LVIA is not therefore a failure of the LVIA to apply its methodology, but a difference of professional judgment.
Okay, Mr. Steele then sets out the council's position on significant effects. I think it's his paragraph 6.2.1. And then paragraph 6.2.2, he provides a summary of the position. Do you just want to open that up, Mr. Denny?
Yes.
Just explain what how Mr. Steele summarizes the position. And then what I want to do is focus on the differences between you and he. So not what is agreed, but the matters which are residual matters which remain in dispute. So tell us what the summary is and then what the differences are.
Yes, Mr. Steele states that in addition to the AIR findings of significant effects at Dumfries and Galloway viewpoints 2, 4, 5, 7, 9, 13 and 24, the Council's landscape architect consultation response finds that significant visual effects are also at viewpoints 3, 6, 22 and 23. The difference in the identification of significant visual effects for the representative viewpoint locations therefore relates to 4 viewpoints at distances between 9 kilometers and 16.8 kilometers.
So can we just then focus on those, because those are the points of differences. Viewpoint 3, to start with, where is that and at what distance is it?
Viewpoint 3 is near the radar station on the Southern Upland Way at Lowther Hill. That's at a distance of 16.83 kilometers from the nearest turbine.
Okay, well, we'll come back to that in a little bit more detail in a few seconds. Viewpoint 6 then, where is that?
That's viewpoint 6 is at Walk Hill, 12.6 kilometers. That's to the south of the Sanquhar site.
Okay, viewpoint 22.
22 is at Ochenden Taggart Moor at 8.984 kilometers. That's to sort of the west side, to the west-northwest of the Sanquhar site.
Okay, and then viewpoint 23.
Viewpoint 23 is at Durrisdeer Rig, 15.8 kilometers. That's sort of to the southeast of the Sanquhar site.
If that's going to be the focus then of discussion as to differences, is there an easy place for the reporter to see where those locations are? Is there a single document that you would refer him to, Mr. Denny?
Yes, the locations can be seen, sir, by reference to a plan at figure 6.9 of the AI, LVIA figures. That's the July 2020. There will probably be a similar plan in other, but this one's is the perfect reference for that. CD 002164. We'll
Yes.
key you into those locations.
I think that's your document 8 on your single page table, Mr. Denny. Okay, so that's identified those viewpoints on which there is a difference. I want to go back over them in a little bit more detail. So viewpoint 3 to start with, what's the difference about?
For viewpoint 3, the LVI assessment states at page 2 of section 6 of the AI as follows. At this distance from the site, the turbines would extend across a relatively small proportion of the visible skyline, which is already influenced by turbines. The addition of the proposed turbines would be seen in the context of the existing Sanquhar wind farm at Whiteside Hill, and the turbines would extend away from the viewpoint, reducing their vertical appearance in the view. You could also see supplementary information, volume 3, June 2021 visualizations for that viewpoint. That's CD 004023. I will also just add that because things have moved on slightly, one would now have to factor in the consented and now under construction 20 Shillings wind farm into the baseline in the above analysis, because it's now visible in the baseline.
I was going to ask you about that, but you've no need to ask that question anymore. Okay, so that's viewpoint 3 then, Mr. Denny. What about viewpoint 6?
The assessment states at page 4 of appendix 6.4 that due to the panoramic views available of the undulating and extensive foreground, the middle distance valleys, the woodland, pasture and farmsteads, the proposed turbines would form an element in the background view seen in the context of the existing wind farms in the landscape.
Viewpoint 22.
For viewpoint 22, the assessment states at page 12 of the appendix 6.4 that the introduction of the proposed turbines is not considered to have the potential to notably alter the character of the existing panoramic view, which is defined in part by existing wind development. The addition of the proposed Sanquhar 2 wind farm would largely appear in conjunction with the existing turbines, and the remaining turbines along the ridge to the south appearing as blade tips for a large proportion only.
And finally, for viewpoint 23.
The assessment states at page 12 of appendix 6.4 that whilst it is acknowledged that the turbines would become noticeable visual elements within the existing view, they'd be seen in conjunction with other wind farms and of comparable scale and distance in the same view, and the introduction of the proposed turbines is not considered to have the potential to notably alter the character of the existing panoramic view, which is in part defined by existing wind development. What I would say, sir, in relation to that is all 4 of those descriptions I've brought to your attention because they are part of the judgment that was made on site by the assessor, which would have fed into the decision about significance or not significance of the assessed effects.
I was just going to ask you about that. So having clarified those points, the difference then between you and Mr. Steele, you're happy to categorize as professional judgment, Mr. Denny. So in terms of the process and in terms of arriving at a view as to whether these things are as significant or not, could you just explain to the reporter what that process would entail?
Yes, sir. If one went back to the sort of slightly more formulaic approach of the tabular form that got used prior to GFLA3, somebody might produce a table that says high sensitivity, medium magnitude of change. That would automatically give you a moderate level of effect, and then you would automatically assume that moderate level of effect was significant because that's just what you did. And there wasn't an enormous thought process in that judgment of significance beyond combining the sensitivity and magnitude and just saying 2 + 2 make 4, so 4 must equal significant. GFLA3 has sought to move away from that because it wanted to bring back and take it away from a sort of painting by numbers approach to landscape visual impact assessment and throw the onus back onto the experience and the judgment of the landscape professional. So the judgments on significance in the Pegasus methodology are made on site with the visual material, if there is visual material, but with the details that the assessor has gathered over the time of the assessment. And the assessment on significance is made in the field, in the context in which that view is seen. It's very easy to look at a visualization and see that visualization out of context. I mean, basically, it's a letterbox. It doesn't have the big skies above it. It doesn't have the foreground below it. It's a visual aid, but it isn't the thing which one should use to make the ultimate judgment. When you're on site, for example, at viewpoint 3 at Lowther Hill, the context of what you see there and how the wind farm would read in the context of the place you're at is very important to your judgment about whether or not those changes that you've assessed are significant or not. And indeed so, because I took most of the photography for this this scheme and have been to all the locations on many occasions, I can tell you that immediately behind the camera in the viewpoint on viewpoint 3 is one of the concrete buildings and a compound of the radar station, for example. So when you're stood there, they're part of your experience and context, but when you're looking at the visualization, they're not part of your experience. And so that's why we make our landscape architects make their judgments on site at the place rather than sitting at a desk with the visualization.
And just a final question on that. One of the points that the reporter will see is that those viewpoints over which there is a difference are at a some distance. So the closest is 8.984, the others 12, 15 and 16. So I'm just interested, Mr. Denny, in terms of calibration. So the sensitivity, if you like, of judgment between Mr. Steele and yourself, to what extent is that a function of distance or not?
Well, certainly distance will play into that. And I know that Mr. Steele's views and approach on this, because he expressed it to the last inquiry that he and I shared, which was that it's unlikely that turbines would give rise to significant effects beyond 15 kilometers. So certainly as you approach 15 kilometers, the significance of effects must be at the very least be on the cusp and beyond somewhat in doubt. So I think at distances between 9 and 15 kilometers, it is a matter of judgment as to whether the effects are significant or not. But I would reiterate that the assessor in the LVIA has done so appropriately in the context of full knowledge of how that effect sits within your experience of being at that place, which I think is the most important thing.
Okay, well, that's helpful. Those are the differences, and we'll no doubt spend some time discussing them, and then the reporter will go out on site. The next topic then is cumulative effect. So just give us a thumbnail of where we are post recognition on that, Mr.
Yes, regarding cumulative effects, the Council's Landscape Architect consultation response, paragraphs 1.2.2, states that significant cumulative landscape effects on the strategic wind farm pattern, landscape character and landscape value are anticipated, as well as significant cumulative in combination and sequential visual effects. Therefore, the key cumulative issues is that the proposed development would compromise the separation that exists between operational and consented wind farms, that this coalescence would result in a single cluster of wind farms with contrasting turbine height and rotor diameters.
Okay, that's the point. What do you how do you respond to that? That's what the CLA is saying.
Regarding the pattern of wind farm development in this part of Dumfries and Galloway, it's emerging organically and over time. I mean, I've been working in this part of Dumfries and Galloway for the last 12 or 13 years, so I've seen that organic development of what one might call wind farm pattern. And particularly in upland landscapes of LCT 19 southern uplands and LCT 19A southern uplands with forest, as these landscapes have characteristics well suited to accommodating wind energy. These uplands can be seen by reference to the topography plan, figure 6.7 of the AI. I think so. If you do turn up the topography plan, you'll see it's quite obvious why wind farms are developing in the locations that they are developing in this part of Dumfries and Galloway, because they're developing in part of the uplands, which you'll see clearly on the topography plan. Wind farms have been consented and constructed in these uplands in a manner which has led to loose groupings or clusters of turbines. These can be seen on figure 6.2 of the AI. One lies to the west of the Ken Valley and Glen Afton, which includes Windy Standard 2, Windy Rig, and others to the north and east of the Ken Valley, between this and Nithsdale, which includes Sandy Knowe, Sanquhar, Whiteside Hill, Lorg, and 20 Shilling. I don't think, in my view, sir, these are designed or specifically intended groups or clusterings. They're clusterings that are coming together as wind farms are consented over time, because developers are finding locations in those appropriate parts, in those two locations in the uplands, split by the Ken and the Glen Afton valleys. And therefore, that's why further wind energy applications are emerging in those same locations.
If you were, I mean, you've identified two groups there broadly. If you're going to place Sanquhar 2 within Group 1 or Group 2, in which would it lie?
It's in the sort of sandy nose, Sanquhar, Whiteside, Lorg, and now 20 shilling grouping. And so Sanquhar 2 is therefore a logical extension of this emerging wind farm pattern in this part of Dumfries and Galloway, occupying the high ground between Lorg and Whiteside Hill. Sanquhar 2 would read as part of this emerging group of wind farms in the upland landscape, and would, due to its location and scale, create a new wind farm landscape within its footprint and immediate locality, but would not consolidate the wider group of turbines into a larger wind farm landscape subtype, as they are sufficiently well separated in the landscape.
Just to stop you there, Mr. Denny, it's probably familiar to those that have been dealing with wind farms for a long period of time, but wind farm landscapes or wind farm landscape subtypes, just briefly indicate to the reporter what you mean by those.
Yes, so you'll obviously be very familiar, sir, and I'll be telling you something you already know, but for the inquiry, I'll do so. The term wind farm landscape used to be a very pejorative term, and people used to try and avoid it like the plague, because it almost sounded like if a wind farm landscape occurred, it would be something whereby it might incur a reason for refusal. It's been realized in many years that large commercial wind farm landscape on their footprint and their immediate environment. And that's because the turbines will become the dominant feature of your experience at the location as you arrive at the edges of the wind farm and walk towards it and into it, and certainly as you are within it. It doesn't completely subsume the landscape. You can still see the topography and the land cover and the other elements of the landscape within the wind farm, but certainly the presence of the turbines becomes the overriding dominant part of your experience of being there or arriving there. That recedes quite quickly because although modern turbines are large and modern wind farms are large, the landscape is larger. The topography of the landscape, its folds and undulations, its ridges, all of those things with the land cover that the landscape has will resume a dominance in your experience quite quickly as you move away from the landscape, and it will become a landscape with wind farm, i.e. the character of the landscape remains that it was before the wind farm came, whether that's, say, an undulating heather-covered moorland, but it's now an undulating heather-covered moorland with turbines. You can see a wind farm in it. The idea of these subtypes is where groups of wind farms so start to dominate the landscape that they between them, they subsume the characteristics of the landscape, and a wider with wind farm landscape character subtype becomes a wind farm landscape character subtype. I don't think that's happened here. I don't think that the scale and the nature of this landscape, albeit there are quite a number of wind farms in it. If I use apparently there was a test, so although there are lots of wind farms in it, the scale, nature.
Sorry to interrupt you, Mr. Denny. You broke up for me a little bit just in your last moments of speaking. I don't know if anybody else experienced it. If I could ask you just to repeat.
Yes, I was talking about the difference between a with wind farm landscape subtype and a landscape subtype that had become a wind farm subtype. I was saying that I didn't think that the landscape here was had such a paucity of strength within its characteristics that would occur, albeit that there are lots of wind farms in and around this landscape, and Sanquhar would consolidate that. And that's because the character and nature of this landscape is robust. The topography and the land cover within it, the deeply incised valleys, the ridges, the conical hill forms, the strength of character, the things that characterizes this landscape will remain sufficiently strong that they will still be the overriding and dominant part of the character of where you are, notwithstanding the fact that there are wind farms as part of that character within the landscape. So I'm suggesting that other than on the footprint of the site and its immediate surroundings, which would generate, as all wind farms do, a small localized wind farm landscape, that it would remain a landscape with wind farms across the remainder of the landscape, and not, as Mr. Steele says, become one joined up wind farm landscape.
going to ask you, Mr. Denny, the purpose of this is to look at the post precognition stage, and then to hopefully for the reporter to pick out differences. So you've been clear in saying, well, look, this is not going to result in a wind farm landscape, but Mr. Steele's position then is what?
Yes, he considers that that Sanquhar would in effect knit together the other constructed and consented wind farms within this landscape, so that in combination, I suppose, as a cumulative effect, they would create one large wind farm character unit, a subtype within 19 and 19A, where they had collectively become a large footprint wind farm landscape. I think that the strength of the landform and the character of the landscape is such that wouldn't occur, and that the primary characteristics of 19 and 19A would prevail, and it would still be a with wind farms situation.
Something you may be taken to, Mr. Denny, I don't know, is kind of a plan view. So if you were to take an aerial view of the groupings of turbines, one may see patterns developing. And I'm interested in your evidence to the reporter about that, and the difference potentially between plan view and what one experiences on the ground, and how, in forming a decision, the reporter should consider those.
Yes, I think, you might say that it might appear that this large wind farm landscape is occurring or about to occur if one's just taking an aerial view of these groupings, and the coalescence of the wind farms would arise should Sanquhar be consented. But this would not be the perception, in my view, on the ground. My experience of this landscape and working in this landscape over many years is that not all of the wind farms are seen at the same time, or in the same combinations, or to the same degree, or in the same relationship with one another, depending on the location of the observer in the landscape. So your ability to see that sort of aerial view of what might seem to be a grand coalition of coalescence of wind farms in the landscape isn't the perception you get when you're moving in and around the landscape, because as I say, the combination and the degree and the relationship changes as you move around the landscape, and you still see them with their individual relationships in different ways as you move about.
All right, well, let's see how that transposes into the sort of technical assessment. I think Mr. Steele's position on cumulative effects we can find in his inquiry report. I think it's paragraphs 6.24 and 6.25. And in that, there's recognition that the CLA response found significant, or we see this phrase again, marginally significant cumulative visual effects at viewpoints, and then listing them 5, 6, 7, 9, 13, 22, and 23. So that's what the CLA then picked up by Mr. Steele has got to say. What's your response to that? Do you agree with that in terms of the findings of significance in the reports done by Pegasus?
Well, there's a slight difference here, because whilst the EIAR and the AIR and SI, as Mr. Steele puts out, find no significant cumulative effects, it should be noted, he says, it should be noted that the AIR finds solus effects at viewpoints 5, 7, 9, and 13, and that the AIR assessment of viewpoints 6, 22, and 23, if they, in his terms, were subject to this matter of inconsistency in approach, would also find significant effects there. The difference here, sir, is about reporting of the cumulative effects. The Dumfries and Galloway find solus visual and cumulative effects at a number of effects, and the AI does as well. I'm not sure whether these marginally significant effects that Mr. Steele talks about are significant or not, but I'm going to assume that they're, in the Council's terms, effects on the cusp of significance, as I said earlier. The LVIA and the AI approach to identifying cumulative effects is to report additional effects that are identified due to cumulative effects where they occur in landscape or locations that have not already been identified as having significant effects on a solus basis. So what we are looking for is, when we're first of all undertaking the assessment, we put all of the assessment against the baseline with the existing sites in it. And we don't report those as cumulative effects because that's just the effect of adding Sanquhar 2 into the baseline. If an effect on a location is already significant and a significant effect would be reported on the same view in the cumulative assessment, it therefore just remains significant. The assessment then reports that there are no additional significant cumulative effects at the locations where the assessment has already reported significant effects in the primary assessment against the baseline with existing wind farms. And this is set out in my inquiry report, paragraphs 3.37, 3.38, and on page 17.
If I can just stop you there then, Mr. Denny, there is a methodological difference then in treatment of identifying cumulative effects. I'm interested in the basis for your approach, which is what I've heard before termed as the additive approach or the accretive approach. So you're looking at the additional effects over and above that which is there. What's the basis for your position?
Well, it's the methodological approach that myself and most consultants have taken for many years since the emergence and the development of SNH guidance on cumulative impact assessment. And that is to look at the additional effect of whatever it is you're proposing to develop over above the existing baseline and report what the additional effect would be. So that's the starting position for the assessment. We then go on in the cumulative assessment to look at what the effect would be if you started to add, first of all, the consented and then the in-planning, and in the past, even the in-scoping sites into that baseline in various combinations. But the initial assessment is one against the existing baseline. Now, I think what Dumfries and Callaway want to do is and it's a fair approach if this is the approach they want to take, is to say, well, in fact, because there are existing wind farms in the baseline, then indeed all of the effects are cumulative effects. And I think what Mr. Steele is saying, well, is if Mr. Denny's solus effects were reported as cumulative effects, there might be a greater consistency between the identified effects of the council and those of the LVIA. But I see it as a reporting difference, that it's not that the significant effects have not been identified, it's just the manner in which they've been reported by the two parties.
Okay, well, that's very helpful. So I just want to ask to what extent you say the reporting differences as you describe them lie at the heart or otherwise of differences between you and Mr. Steele. Is it a difference in reporting or in substance?
I think the reporting differences are at the heart of much of the difference between the parties on the extent of cumulative effects, as is expressed by Mr. Steele actually as paragraph 6.2.5.
Just to test that a little bit, if the LVIA stroke AIR solus significant effects then were reported as cumulative effects as other wind farms in the baseline, what difference would that make? Where would you end up?
Well, certainly so for the visual element of the cumulative assessment, it would take you straight back to the difference between those viewpoints 3, 6, 22 and 23, which we discussed earlier in terms of the difference between the parties.
Right, that's a useful way, if you like, of testing that reporting difference, and the reporter can see that. All right, there's also criticism about absence of sufficient visual material. Mr. Steele makes that in his, continues that with his precognition. So just interested there what you make of that, Mr. Denny.
Yes, the council have stated that they do not think that sufficient visual material has been provided, and that, for example, they have had to make judgments in the absence of such material. I've set out in my inquiry report at paragraph 520, where I address matters raised by third parties, the full extent of visual material that has been provided, and I consider this is both sufficiently representative and sufficiently comprehensive for appropriate judgments to be made. So this is set out at paragraph 520 of my inquiry report.
So in terms of sufficiency of information, Mr. Denny, your view is what?
Well, I consider so that there has been a great deal of information provided. Indeed, in my experience, a great deal more visual material than has been provided in most of the wind farms that I have worked on over a sort of 12 to 15 year period. In total, following the submission of additional visual material during the application process, daytime photomontages, visualizations have been prepared for 33 locations, 25 assessment viewpoints, 2 additional locations first provided in the annex to the 2020 LVIA, and a further 6 locations provided in June 2021. In addition, wireframe visualizations and report been prepared for 63 locations, 29 residential properties, 22 locations along the Southern Upland Way and in the Scourwater Valley, and 11 locations in the Shingle Valley and the wider landscape from the back Craig Hill. And I consider that's a notable extent of visual material to be able to use to aid the assessment.
All right, next topic. I want to turn to residential amenity, Mr. Denny. So potential effect on residential properties set out within the AI of July 2020, Appendix 6.6, I think it is. That's the RVAS. And the CD reference for that is 00316. I think that's document 12 on your list. And then the RVAS at document 13. Summary of the residential assessment set out in the RVAS at Appendix 6.6, it's page 15. Just want you to, having read the precognitions, just indicate to the reporter where we are. What's the resting position in terms of dispute on the resi properties?
Well, we set out that significant visual effects were reported for 7 properties, these being Polskioch, that's property number 4, 1.15 kilometres from the nearest turbine. Appin Lodge, that's property number 10, 2.77 kilometres. Shingle Head, property number 11, 928 metres, the nearest turbine. And Craig Branioch, property number 14 at 2.02 kilometres. And Corrie Hill, that's property number 15, just over 2 kilometres from the nearest turbine. Hill End, property number 18 at 1.9 kilometres. And Old Ochenbrach, property number 29 at 2.48 kilometres from the nearest turbine. I think the position is that although significant effects were identified for those properties, the LVIA does not conclude that any of those effects then become overwhelming or overbearing effects in the view of the assessor. The council considers that 2 of those properties would receive overwhelming overbearing effects, and that's Polskioch and Shingle Head.
Yeah, and they form the subject of objection 6. Now, individual deep properties, there will be discussion, I suspect, in cross-questioning. I'm not going to take you to the individual property sheets, reference sheets now, but what I do want to do is just pick up a point concerning methodology and approach to the assessment of residential visual amenity impacts. And it relates to sensitivity of residential receptors and how they might be treated in terms of assessment. So what's your view? How do you deal with sensitivity and the livability, if you like, of the properties concerned?
Yes, this concerns that something Mr. Steele raises at 9.1.3 of his inquiry report, and says that he's not previously encountered a division of sensitivity for residential receptors. I think it's just a misunderstanding here. So, and it may even just be that the language of the LVIA was not sufficiently clear. The LVIA undertakes the assessment on residential properties on the basis that residential receptors are of high sensitivity. What it does set out, though, is sensitivity differences between different parts of the house and the curtilage. So, for example, it says that a main sitting room would be of greater sensitivity than, say, a bathroom or a utility room. Now, that information we always provide, and we've always provided when we're undertaking residential amenity studies, really to help the decision maker, to let the decision maker know the nature of the rooms and parts of the curtilage, whether it's the main terrace or whether it's the back of the garage that views may be had from, because then that doesn't change your view on whether, in a worst case, the worst case assessment for that receptor should be that there's a significant visual change, because the assessment in the LVIA is done on the basis of a worst case assessment. And when you come to decide whether those assessments are overwhelming, overbearing, you would want to know whether that worst case visual change was from, say, the main part of the garden, the place where the people had their barbecue, where they sat out on their terrace, from their main sitting room, from their conservatory, or you would want to know there might be a significant change in the view, but is that view from the back of the garage near the compost heap, only out of a small window in the utility, and from a partially glazed bathroom window? Because that would change, and this has been my experience in reading many reporters and inspectors' reports over the years, would change a judgment on whether the effect was overwhelming, overbearing. So it's there for information, but it doesn't change the effect of significant visual effect, because that's done on the basis of a worst case assessment, with the visual receptor at a residential property being said to be of high sensitivity.
Okay, so just to be clear, the reference then to different parts of an individual property, whether that's got lower or higher sensitivity, how does that, or does it not impact on the overall assessment? Is it, put another way, is it an aggregate one or a worst case assessment?
No, it's a worst case assessment, so it's not a totting up exercise, and it's not an aggregate one. It's there for information. It's an information gathering exercise, not more than that.
Thank you. And in terms of making a decision on individual vistas, or a decision which is made in the round, so far as the landscape and visual component is concerned, Mr. Denny, how do you do that?
Well, we certainly, in making a judgment on whether it's overwhelming or bearing or not, we do look at the impact on the occupier in the round to make sure that we have fairly taken into account all the impacts on their enjoyment of their residence and its curtilage. But the assessment of whether or not we deem there to be a significant visual effect is a worst case assessment.
Thank you very much. It's probably an obvious point, but you deal with the visual component of residential amenity, but other matters, so noise and disturbance, shadow flicker, and so on, are for others. Mr. Denny, they're not for you, is that right?
No, they're not for me at all. So no, I don't deal with all the components of residential amenity. I just input the landscape element, the visual element.
Thank you very much. Now I've got 3 short matters left. Mr. Denny, aviation lighting we can take very quickly. I think you deal with that in the inquiry report. It's paragraphs 325, 326, 327. Do you want to just read the summary? That might be the best way of dealing it.
Yes, so the revised lighting strategy has been reduced from 42 turbines with visible lights to 19, and it's been approved by the Civil Aviation Authority. It's noted that mitigation included in the proposed lighting scheme is for 2,000 Catella lights to be dimmed to 10% of their peak intensity when a visibility sensor at the wind farm records the meteorological visibility has exceeded 5 kilometers. There would be potential significant effects on the character of the landscape in the immediate vicinity of the site up to 2.5 kilometers during low light levels. But the area in which this would occur would be reduced when compared with the proposal for all the turbines to be lit, which was previously identified to be up to 3 kilometers. And there'd be no significant effects during low light levels in relation to visual receptors, other than the 7 residential properties where a significant effect was being identified in any event in relation to the daytime period.
Thank you. I'm going to leave that there. Next topic then is the regional scenic area. I think on the list of documents that takes us to document 17. We've also got the some LVIA figures. So again, post recognition description of where we've got to, Mr. Denny.
Yes, following the comments received by Dumfries and Galloway Council in relation to the original scheme, Community Wind Power decided to remove 2 turbines, that's turbines 47 and 48, which were located directly within the RSA. The RSA technical paper does not set out a definitive list of special qualities in relation to any of the RSAs within Dumfries and Galloway, and in the preparation of the LVA, further research was not able to determine the reasoning behind the original designation of the Thornhill Uplands, i.e. the factors taken into consideration in designating the area as set out in the wording of policy NE2. The LVI therefore focused on identifying those effects upon landscape character and visual amenity within the RSA and views outside the RSA, of which it was a component. And this was done by reference to the descriptions of the RSA and its components as set out on page 33 of the technical paper. It was set out in the LVA that there would be some limited effects upon the landscape character and visual amenity experience from small parts of the Thornhill RSA, but these effects would not be significant and would not undermine or compromise the integrity of the RSA. And I note that this is in line with the approach as set out in paragraph 212 of Scottish planning policy concerning national designations, so where it relates to not undermining the integrity of the designation. I also refer to my inquiry report, paragraph 27, where the 20 shilling scheme has now come forward, just by way of noting, sir, that the 20 shilling scheme is actually being constructed within the RSA and therefore was approved within the RSA.
Okay, the final topic then I want to do with Mr. Denny is one I suspect will be central to debate, and that is the Dumfries and Galloway wind farm landscape capacity study. Now that document's document 19 on your schedule. The CD reference is 009003. So again, post recognition position statement, Mr. Denny, where are we?
Yes, the Dumfries and Galloway wind farm landscape capacity study in its executive summary on page 4 states that strategic guidance within the DGWLCS does not replace the need for individual landscape and visual assessments and or environmental assessments for individual wind energy development. It goes on to state on page 17 in the second bullet point of 1.2 that the study aims to confirm that it provides guidance on which areas are unsuitable for wind energy development. In the fourth bullet states that it identifies where cumulative thresholds for development have been or are close to being reached. Regarding capacity, this is described in the guidance at 2.2 on its page 10, where it states, landscape capacity is described as how far a landscape can accommodate development without significant adverse impact occurring on its character. I note in that regard, sir, it seems that the level in which capacity is judged as to whether there are significant adverse impacts or not, and on the basis that the DWLCS acknowledges that all large-scale wind farms will give rise to significant adverse effects, there is a tension or a conflict there. I note that in the limitations of the guidance as set out on page 5, that it accepts that the majority of large-scale wind energy development are likely to incur significant adverse landscape and visual effects.
Okay, now one of the criticisms made is that the applicant hasn't addressed the matter of landscape capacity properly, Mr. Denny, and there are failings in the LVIA in that regard. So I just want you to explain your response to that in terms of landscape character and sensitivity.
Yes, I'd first like to address the matter of landscape capacity and alleged failings of the LVIA in this regard. The LVIA addresses landscape character and sensitivity, but does not seek to address landscape capacity. This is a matter that goes beyond the limits of landscape visual impact assessment. And when I say that, sir, you can use GVLA3 and the approach of landscape visual impact assessment to undertake capacity studies, but you need to know what the parameters are of what you're doing, and those parameters need to be set by others. They can't be set by the landscape architect or the landscape assessor. They are for others to set. So outside of those parameters being set, it's not a matter for LVIA.
Okay, I know. Well, if you look at the work of Mr. Steele, indeed, the work of the landscape consultee before that, there are numerous references, Mr. Denny, to the Dumfries and Galloway wind farm. It's a mouthful, isn't it? The Dumfries and Galloway wind farm landscape capacity study in the context of the LVIA and then the subsequent LVIA material, but it's references in relation to capacity. So to what extent do you say that is legitimate or an appropriate concern applying guidance for the reporter?
Well, clearly, so the capacity study, if I may just call it that by shorthand, is a material consideration for you. It's part of the development plan. But where it starts to set limitations, either geographically or in scale or size on wind energy development, then I think it goes beyond its ability to do so on the basis it is not doing so, A, in the light of any planning balance, and B, in regard to any targets being set for how much wind energy generation might be required. And I've always taken the view, sir, sometimes controversially, and I've spoken with SNH and this and on SH conference on this regard, so that landscape capacity is largely not a matter for landscape architects or those carrying out LVIA assessments. It's a matter for policy and governments. Today's landscape, which has no capacity, is a landscape that has whatever capacity our governments want it to have tomorrow. And we've always got to recognise that, and we've got to allow those factors which dictate capacity to be taken into consideration, and that's a matter well beyond the scope of the landscape architect and the LVIA.
Now, in your earlier evidence, you mentioned that NatureScot has sought to clarify and update its guidance on capacity and relative landscape sensitivity. So it might be helpful if you could just signpost the reporter to that and what you take from that, Mr. Denny.
Yes, NatureScot has reviewed its guidance on what we call capacity studies, and has sought to distance itself from the term capacity, and they actually advocate that sensitivity assessments is what we should be saying. They've said that landscape sensitivity, let's repeat that, landscape sensitivity assessments should reflect their purpose, which is to provide strategic assessment of relative landscape and visual sensitivity to certain defined forms of development. I consider the Dumfries and Galloway wind farm landscape capacity study, although it deals in part with landscape sensitivity, is a capacity study as it seeks to set limitations on development both geographically in terms of scale. I do not consider, therefore, that Mr. Steele's confirmation of there being no capacity for a wind farm of this extent and scale can reasonably be made without recourse to an analysis of planning policy and an appropriate planning balance. The fact that there will be significant effects either on a solus or cumulative basis is not in isolation a reason to conclude a capacity threshold has been reached or breached. Capacity is a matter for policy, the planning balance, and indeed you, sir, the decision maker.
So just to stop there for a second, Mr. Denny. So landscape capacity, you seem to be saying the capacity of a landscape or area to accommodate a particular form of development in comparison with other areas by reference to targets. To what extent are matters of wind farm generational targeting your bag, or is that for somebody else?
That's certainly for somebody else, sir. It's not for the landscape architect.
Just to test that a little bit, if you have an area of landscape, if the target, if a target for generational capacity were to go up, what impact do you say that has on landscape capacity, first of all, and then what impact would that have on, if any, on landscape sensitivity or susceptibility to that change?
Well, clearly, whether or not a local authority or the landscape architect may or may not like the fact that policy may dictate that the landscape of their district may have to accommodate a greater degree of generation, it would be the case that you would have to reevaluate your view on susceptibility and sensitivity of the landscapes to still create the appropriate hierarchy within your landscapes to indicate where that new capacity would go or should go. Because you can't have a situation in which you still continue to assess that there is such sensitivities within all of your landscapes that no one has any idea where they should direct themselves to provide that increased generation that targets have set. So it comes back to what SNH's point is if these studies provide relative sensitivity, it then aids those who need to deploy further generation to meet those targets to know where would be the most appropriate locations for that to go.
To take an extreme example, if the targeting said that every single bit of a landscape was required to meet a target, how would that, in your language, be dealt with in terms of both capacity and sensitivity? If the, just to take as I say, a silly extreme example, that every bit of landscape was required to accommodate wind turbines.
Well, I think you still may decide that a particular landscape has a particular sensitivity, and you would still decide the landscape, a particular proposal would give rise to a particular magnitude of change on that landscape. What it would dictate is that you couldn't really find that the combination of that sensitivity and magnitude meant that you couldn't deploy, because the weight that you would have to give to the meeting the targets would be far greater than the assessed sensitivity of the landscape if that's what our governments decide must happen. And indeed, we all know from working for many years in wind development that there are capacity studies in Scotland and England that state there is no capacity for turbines greater than 80 meters, or no turbine. In fact, I know of one where it states within a particular part of the landscape there's no capacity for turbines greater than 14 meters in height, because the capacity study is very old. And I know for a fact that turbines of 110 meters in height have been granted permission in that landscape. So you can see that as time moves on and need moves on, the capacity of the landscape needs to change to accommodate that.
That's helpful. Now, it's been it's not a new matter, Mr. Denny. It's been the subject of focus of debate at a number of inquiries, but I'm interested in your view whether there are any, there's lots of appeal decisions, application decisions in the papers, whether there's any that you particularly want to refer the reporter to, just to illustrate the point that you're making, the difference between an impact analysis and a capacity analysis, which you're saying Mr. Steele has indulged in.
Yes, there's a number of decisions been made by Scottish reporters across the Scottish landscape in relation to the various capacity studies. But if I just draw attention just to one, because it relates to Dumfries and Galloway and the Dumfries and Galloway landscape capacity study. I noticed that in the Labrac's inquiry report, that's up near Stranraer, reporter Bullier stated in his inquiry report, Dumfries and Galloway landscape wind farm capacity study is a useful indicator of the relative ease with which a particular landscape might accommodate a particular type of wind farm. However, it is no substitute for a site and proposal specific assessment of landscape and visual effects, as has been carried out by the appellant, and the development specific analysis that's been carried out in response to this proposal by the Planning Authority and SNH. The fact that the Dumfries and Galloway landscape wind farm capacity study effectively rules out the possibility of developing a wind farm of the scale proposed anywhere in the Rhinds Peninsula is a material consideration, but in no way obliges me to dismiss this appeal.
That's helpful. Two final questions. In terms of constraints then, where you might not be able to put turbines in the expected way, I'm interested in the impact or otherwise of Estelle Muir. That's the seismological recording station. Mr. Denny, what's your evidence on that?
Yeah, I'm sure you're familiar with Esmuerdale, sir, but it's to the sort of southeast of Moffat, lying in that broad upland landscape in that area. I mention it because it's an area that the capacity study directs one to as having the greater capacity for larger topography turbines. Esmuerdale has been set up as a monitoring vibrations station in relation to nuclear testing. It's my understanding that for wind farms within 50 kilometers of the station, there are additional obstacles to wind energy development for reasons that are beyond the scope of my evidence, but which is no doubt could be explained, I'm sure, in the policy session. The zone extends westwards to a point just east of the Ken unit of LCT 19A, close to Sanquhar. If development within this area faces additional obstacles in the extensive area covered by the 50-kilometre buffer from Esmuerdale, then the landscape within Dumfries and Galloway, which then is the most appropriate in landscape and visual terms to accommodate large topography turbines, are the remaining areas of LCT 19 Southern Uplands and LCT 19A, where the Sanquhar wind farm is located. To set an arbitrary height limit or a capacity threshold on these landscapes in the absence of any local targets for wind energy development would therefore be inappropriate. I consider therefore that the Sanquhar wind farm proposal should be considered on its individual merits and the significant effects identified in the LVIA and weighed in the planning balance.
That final question then is really following on from that. So the large topography turbines in Dumfries and Galloway, the capacity study then considers that there is no capacity to accommodate turbines towards that 200 meters. Where then, Mr. Denny, where is that study actually saying you might want to look?
Well, in a hierarchical sense, it's giving 19A and 19 a greater capacity to accommodate wind energy development than the other landscapes of Dumfries and Galloway. It's giving the Esmuerdale unit of that the greatest potential, but it has these additional obstacles attached to it, which is why we haven't seen so much wind energy development coming forward in that area, which is also why, of course, we're seeing this emerging organic wind farm pattern in 19A and 19, because outside of any obstacles in the Eskimodale area, they are the landscapes with the form of topography and characteristics best able then to accommodate wind farms. Hence the developers coming forward wind farms in those locations, and hence those being the areas where a significant majority of the wind farms are being granted permission.
So taking that constraint of Estelle Muir into account, relatively less sensitive areas are where Sanquhar is being proposed, and that pattern is a pattern of wind farms is developing. Is that it in a nutshell, your case?
Yes, it
Mr.
is.
Denny?
Yes.
Now, those are the questions I've got for you. Those are, I think, including your introduction, 8 topics, 7 substantive topics. Is there anything else that you want to add to your evidence in chief? We'll probably then have a break, Mr. Denny, before questioning, but I want to give you the opportunity if there's anything else that you want to mention at this stage.
No, so I don't think there's anything else.
Thank you very much. Then that is evidence in chief, so probably neatly takes us to a morning break.
Thank you, Mr. Hardy. Thank you, Mr. Denny. I do indeed intend to have a break now. But Mr. Armstrong, before we break, are there any documents that you particularly want us to have to hand, which we could get ready during a break before cross-examination?
Yes, so that would be, I think, an efficient use of the break time. The first batch of documents that I'd certainly be intending to go to would be the Dumfries and Galloway Wind Farm Landscape Capacity Study, which is CD 9.3. I think obviously if the precognition report of Mr. Denny, APP 105 and 106, the additional information LVIA figures 6.5, 6.6, 6.9 and 623, which are CD 399, 3100, 3115 and 3118. The wirelines CD 458 and CD 456, and CD 343, and the main document probably to have to hand would be the Dumfries and Galloway Committee Report CD 505, and starting from the Council Landscape Architects memo on page 80 of that, the electronic memo of that. And that would be the first batch of documents. I'd then propose to go on to the Regional Scenic Area Technical Paper, which is CD 12.6, the local and to have to hand the Local Development Plan CD 901, and I think that's probably enough to be getting on with, and for the first of 2 sessions of my questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Armstrong. That's helpful. Well, we should have time to have a break and get some documents together. If I give us until 5 to 12, so that gives us 15 minutes. Is that ample for everybody, or will people prefer a little bit longer?
No, that's adequate for myself. Thank you.
Lovely. Okay, so we will recommence at 5 to 12, please. So when you break, you can turn your video off and you can mute. Please don't leave the meeting because it will take time to rejoin. Okay, I'll see you at 5 to 12. Thank you. Okay, welcome back, everybody. Can I just check, Mr. Hardy, are you back at your desk?
Yes, I am.
Excellent.
Again, no, but I'll probably come off the screen and mute, obviously, while cross-examination is taking place.
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you. Just I didn't want to recommence without knowing you were
No,
back.
very grateful. Thank you very much.
Okay, Mr. Armstrong, I'll hand over to you. I'm just conscious of time, so we'll keep half an eye on the clock. If we could ask if you can break at a convenient point as we approach 1 p.m. for a lunch break, that would be helpful. Thank you. But otherwise, over to you. Thank you very much.
Obliged. Good morning, Mr. Denny. We're still
Good morning.
just in the morning.
Yeah.
Hopefully, to assist you, I'll give you an idea of the likely structure of the discussion I'm hopefully wanting to have with you this morning and afternoon, so you'll know where we're going and at what stage you can make your various points. And you've probably, to an extent, realised this from the documents that I've referred to, that we're going to start with the DGW FLCS, and like Mr. Hardy, I have difficulty pronouncing that, and particularly pronouncing it quickly.
Should we agree to call it the capacity study?
Well, no, I'm going to suggest let's call it the D&G study, because I'll come on to discuss capacity and the issue of that. So I'm going to refer to it, or try to refer to it, as the D&G study. And I'm going to discuss that study in the context of your evidence, and starting with the recently produced documents from Nature Scott that you alluded to, and I think we'll have a look at them and a discussion about that. And then I'm intending to look at some of the key points in the D&G study which are relevant to the Sanquhar proposal, and consider how you addressed the guidance and advice in your written evidence, and then move on to consider the regional area technical paper, and again look at that in the context of the LDP and the D&G study, and consider the key parts of the technical paper relevant to Sanquhar 2, and again consider how you address these in your evidence. And then the third section of our discussion is to consider some of the key impacts which we've not already addressed in 1 and 2, and look at wind farm pattern, strategic cumulative effects, and then going on to look at other issues, amenity, design issues, and your involvement in the project. So that's the planned itinerary for this morning and part of this afternoon. And it's not my intention to go over all the landscape and visual issues with you and put all the council's position on every point. We've all got that before us in the various documents. I'm going to look at some of the key issues, and I will try and avoid having to go from one document to another document, but it's obviously handy at times to have a document to hand. But I appreciate, with the constraints of not having an in-person inquiry, it is harder to look at documents and discuss them in the round, as it were. But anyway, if we could start by considering the D&G study in the context of your precognition at paragraph 12 of your precognition, and you extended on that today, and set out that where you may have, to a degree, controversial views on these matters, the essential point that you're saying is that it would appear that sensitivity is driven by need. But
No, I think I said capacity was driven by need.
Sorry, capacity is driven by need. And can we start looking at that in the context of what the emerging advice is from Nature Scott? And appreciate that it is, I think, still under, certainly their draft landscape sensitivity assessment guidance is still under consultation. And I think we're going to get a final version of that, or the approved version, at the end of the year, but there's still a consultation process, I think, until mid-November. But perhaps to put these in context, if we have APP 1.5 and APP 1.6 to hand, and the 1.5 is the 4-paged document setting out where things are going and what Nature Scott are considering, and what their advice is likely to be. Now, is it correct not to say that as far as Nature Scott is concerned, their principal concern is in relation to the title of these studies, that they don't think that they should be called capacity studies, but they should really be called sensitivity studies. But in actual fact, when you go down and look at particularly the D&G study and how it ties in with what Nature Scott are saying in their draft document, the D&G study is at one with Nature Scott advice.
Well,
So you're on mute.
I'm not showing us on mute.
I'm sorry, I can hear you. Right?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Yeah, I was going to say, because I'm not showing us on mute. The answer to the question is both yes and no, because it was a bit of a portfolio question. The Dumfries and Galloway, as you want to call it, study, capacity study, is not full square in the sense that it starts to set targets about whether thresholds have been met or breached, or about to be met or breached, or that landscapes don't have the capacity to accommodate turbines of certain sizes or developments of certain scales, because that isn't about relative sensitivity. But where it deals with relative sensitivity, for example, how it directs larger scale turbines towards Eskimo-Dale unit of 19A, gives 19A and 19 a greater ability to accommodate turbines. In fact, I think this says for those two units as an overall low-medium sensitivity to wind energy development as a whole, and differentiates that from other areas, for example, the RINs, which have a higher sensitivity to receiving wind energy. In that sense, it's a sensitivity study, but what it is a sensitivity study that oversteps the bounds into a capacity study, hence its title, and starts to set these limitations. That's the point I was making in my evidence.
Well, we'll come on to see the extent that it oversteps the bounds, but let's first of all look at what Nature Scott sets out. And if we look at what 105 or 15 APP 15, which is their 4-page document, and just to take this relatively short, on page 3, we can see the point that I think we're both agreed on, that at the top of that page it sets out capacity studies. Although the 2010 research noted that this was usually seen as an inaccurate term, and this is their first great gripe, of their first concern, is the title of these studies, because they're not really capacity studies, and we'll come on to see that when we look at the D&G. But that's their first concern. But they also put in context of what the study should do they not? And that on the heading, under the heading onshore wind energy landscape sensitivity studies, says these strategic studies should help to inform site selection and the assessment of the landscape and visual aspects of individual planning applications for wind turbines. And you've accepted that obviously it's a relevant material consideration for the reporter and the Scottish ministers here, but they should also help in and inform on site selection. And I take it you would agree with that as well?
Well, yes, in the sense that it should form or guide developers towards a hierarchy of where the council considers its landscapes are more or less sensitive or more or less able to accommodate different forms of development, but not go to that point, as the capacity study does, of saying either there is no capacity for turbines greater than 200 meters, or no capacity for larger topography turbines, etc., because that's going away from what Nature Scott is asking. So I do accept, as I did in my first answer, that there are elements of the study which do provide that hierarchical guidance on the sensitivities and the nature and the character and the form of the landscape, which you can take into consideration. And then it goes that bit further and starts to say no and draws up the drawbridge.
Well, I wonder about that, and let's just look at what the draft guidance is now from Nature Scott. That's the document 6, and we can see again it's emphasised in that introduction that they're an important tool to help guide development to the best location, and we can take for read. I'm sure we have all read the relevant key paragraphs of 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8 in this document. At paragraph 8, though, I suppose we're getting to the issue that they want to address, where they say that in the past, many capacity studies often dealt with susceptibility rather than capacity. Capacity is determined by the need for a target amount of development, while sensitivity is not. And I suppose that's a point that you make.
Yes.
But when we go on to look at the definitions that that's set out in this document, and we can see them at paragraphs. Well, 12 gives the background, but paragraphs 13, 14, and 15 deal with landscape character assessment, landscape sensitivity, and landscape susceptibility. And I suppose the two ones for our discussion are really paragraphs 14 and 15, and see how they tie in with what's actually set out in the D&G study. Because 14 sets out in the context of built development and land management, landscape sensitivity can be defined as a measure of the ability of a landscape to accommodate change arising from specified development types of land management practice. And landscape susceptibility sets out, within the context of sensitivity studies, can be defined as the degree to which a defined landscape and its associated visual qualities and attributes might respond to the specific development type. Now, that is exactly the extent, is it not, of what the D&G study does and considers. And when we go on to see the definitions in that.
I agree, and I think I've agreed with you earlier that, and I agreed in my written report, that there are elements of the study which provide information on sensitivity and susceptibility and describe in some considerable detail the components of the landscape which may give rise to these sensitivities and susceptibilities, and I accept that. What I was saying, and what I still say, is that the study then goes on to say where it sees that there are certain susceptibilities, for example, sculptural forms or ridge lines within the landscape that it finds of particular either susceptibility or sensitivity to wind energy development, it then takes the step of saying there is therefore no capacity for large topography turbines in this landscape, for example. And to go back to the Labrax report that I mentioned in my evidence in chief, it was quite clear to Inspector Bullier that exactly had happened, because as I read out earlier, Inspector Bullier said the fact that the Dumfries and Galloway wind farm landscape capacity study effectively rules out the possibility of developing a wind farm on the scale proposed anywhere in the Rins Peninsula. So he saw that it had gone that extra mile. He was prepared to accept that it was a material consideration for him and provided him with the information that you're talking to me about. But then that needs that to then feed into the planning balance and not to have the capacity study itself making the judgment about acceptability.
Well, you're suggesting that the D&G goes that, as you put it, that extra mile, but it's in the context that it is looking at it as in the context of the ability of the landscape to accommodate change, is it not? And we'll come on to see exactly what it sets out in relation to these points. But when we actually look at the definitions of landscape sensitivity, landscape susceptibility, and what the D&G study does, the study is actually at one with the most recent Nature Scott guidance, is it not? And
no.
Well, when you look at, but perhaps we just turn on to.
It's only partially at one with the latest Nature Scott guidance, as you and I have just discussed.
Well,
Mr. Steele, for example, accepts in his own evidence, and he confirms that Janet Swales in her committee reports was right to conclude that this landscape has no capacity for a wind farm of this type and scale. Now, that is not at one with the SNH guidance.
Well, that's your interpretation of this guidance. But if you turn on to page 22 of the this document, which sets out the glossary, and it has various terms defined there, and it defines landscape capacity. It sets out the amount of specified development or change which a particular landscape and the associated visual resource is able to accommodate without undue negative effects on its character and qualities. Landscape sensitivity is now preferred as a more accurate description of most studies in Scotland, and landscape capacity studies tended to date more quickly in HSCOT 2020 guidance. So this document is actually tying in that definition of landscape capacity with landscape sensitivity, which, as we can see over the page, with the landscape sensitivity and landscape susceptibility defined, ties in with what's set out in paragraphs 13 and 14 earlier. And when we take these, it's going to be a long question this, but when we take these documents and turn to the D&G, that's exactly what the D&G study is doing, is it not? And you've referred to the introduction of that study. Perhaps if we turn to that document now at CD.
Could I answer something in that? Because there was a lot going on there, and I didn't get the opportunity to answer. Is that acceptable?
Yeah, certainly.
The key point that you made there, which is the distinction between us, is you said in that definition of what capacity is the ability of a landscape to accommodate change without undue adverse effects, in effect, if I'm paraphrasing what you said. And it's that word undue, of course. It's for the decision maker, for the reporter to decide what is undue and not is undue, because that must be taken in the planning balance. Whether or not it's undue or not is not a matter for the capacity study. It should be setting out, as you quite rightly said, the parameters about susceptibility and sensitivity, guiding hierarchically, telling us about the nature and the characteristics of the landscape, which may have better or less ability to accommodate change without undue effects. But whether those effects are undue is a matter for the planning balance. And again, I say that's where the capacity study oversteps the mark, because it goes from doing the thing that it should do, and then outside of the planning balance, it starts to say, well, we've decided there would be undue harm if development took place, so therefore there is no capacity either for this scale, this topography, or in this location, which is what Janet Swales has said repeatedly in her consultation report to committee about no capacity. And Mr. Seal confirms he agrees that there is no capacity. That's the difference between us.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure we're both agreed that it's ultimately for the reporter to set out recommendations of whether the proposal is is appropriate or not. But can we look at the guidance in a little bit more detail and just see which areas of it you say are sort of overstepping what the emerging guidance is from Nature Scott. And if we turn to document 903, and if we start at the introduction on page 7 of that document, and it first of all sets out the context there of the SBP and SNH guidance, and indeed, obviously, SNH's involvement in commenting on this, and indeed the local development the local development plan. But we see at 1.2 the study aims, and thereafter there are set out 5 bullet points. And I suppose bullet point 1, 2, 4, and 5 are obviously relevant to our consideration. But can I be clear then on your evidence on which ones of these bullet points are you saying that this document has gone that extra mile on?
Well, bullet point 3, because it all sets off absolutely fine, but then it makes the judgment about unsuitability. So it decides what's unsuitable rather than the decision maker deciding what's suitable or unsuitable. And bullet point, what is it? 1, 2, sorry, bullet point 2, sorry, bullet point 2, sorry. And then 1, 2, 3, bullet point 4 goes on to say information on potential cumulative landscape and visual effects, identifying where cumulative thresholds for development have been, are, or close to being reached. So it sets thresholds, arbitrary thresholds, limits to development, in effect, is what a threshold is. So it's setting limits to development on the basis that it has decided that certain landscapes are unsuitable for development. That's the point that is between us on that. Otherwise, it does do that hierarchical point up until the bit that it oversteps the mark and does that next exercise.
So it's bullet point 2 and sorry, bullet point 4. You say are the
Yes.
two that it's going a little bit
Yes.
too far on.
Oh, not that's the bit that goes beyond sensitivity studies into capacity studies.
But
which is probably why it's called a capacity study.
Yeah. Well, with respect, the wording of bullet points 2 and bullet point 4 are not inconsistent with the guidance set out in Nature Scott in the paragraphs that we've just looked at, are they?
Well, I think it is. I mean, to become in line with Nature Scott, you would have to say in bullet point 2, within the different landscape character types, areas considered in the study, and which areas are considered more or less suitable in landscape and visual terms for wind energy development, not unsuitable. And for bullet point 1, 2, 3, 4, you have to say identify where cumulative effects may limit the potential for development. You're not closing the door. You're allowing the planning balance to do that. But what the capacity study does is it periodically closes the door.
You say it closes the door, but it's in the context of guidance, obviously. That, but you're saying that the key problem is that it should be saying more or less in bullet point 2 and bullet point 4. It should be may limit, and it should really be read in that context. You're saying in order to comply with Nature Scott's latest advice. Is that
yes? And then
summary of what you're saying?
Well, it is in terms of what I just said. Yes.
Good. Oh, well, perhaps there's not really that much between us at the end of the day on this. But if you turn on to, just be clear on this, if we turn on to paragraph 2.1, and we're told what the landscape capacity study does, and it says that landscape capacity is described as the degree to which a particular landscape character type or area is able to accommodate change without significant effects on its character or overall change of landscape character type. Capacity is likely to vary according to the type and nature of change being proposed. Now, again, that ties in, does it not, very much with what is now defined in the Nature Scott guidance?
Not quite, because again, the language is unfortunate, because the study quite rightly says, I can't take you to the paragraph, but I'm sure you've read it. This study does tell us that it accepts that wind farm developments will give rise to significant effects. Then it says that the capacity, in effect, is limited by developments which may give rise to significant effects. In the comment in the paragraph you just read me. So it keeps stumbling into language which is about setting limits or thresholds, maybe unintentionally, but it does it.
Well, we can all look at it for ourselves, but you can compare what's actually set out in that first paragraph in 2.1 with the definition of landscape sensitivity in the on page 23 of the draft landscape sensitivity assessment guidance. And I suppose just turning over the page to the definitions of terms in this document, we can all do, and we want to do it now, I'm sure you've looked at this in the past, we can all look at paragraphs 2.2 and see the definitions of landscape character, landscape sensitivity, and landscape capacity. And the definition of landscape capacity that's set out there ties in with the definition of landscape sensitivity, does it not, in Nature Scott's document? It is only a matter of title, and that is what Nature Scott identify in their guidance and the advice, the 4-page document advice, that in most cases it's just an issue of the title rather than what the document, in this case the study, actually does. So when you actually look at the definitions here and the definitions in the Nature Scotland draft guidance, they are at one.
They are insofar as that which we've already agreed. I think what we are agreeing is that if you were to take out of this study, not just the title on the front page, as you were slightly reticent when I wanted to call it the capacity study and you wanted to call it the study. If you took out of this document those places where it sets limits on heights, typography, scale, where it says no development in relation to geographical extent or locations, and where it says capacity thresholds are or may have been reached, take those away, and then the document is doing what SNH says it should do. And I've made that clear in my written material.
If you did that, you wouldn't be consistent with Nature Scott's guidance, because it sets out that you have got to look at the type of development, the size of the development, etc.
You need to know that in order to decide your hierarchical ranking of, say, character units or character areas in terms of their susceptibility and sensitivity, because yes, they will have different sensitivities or susceptibilities to different scales of development. For example, 200-meter high turbines in the more coastal areas of Dumfries and Galloway, where the landscape doesn't have the characteristics to absorb them without very, very significant effects, which I doubt, a reporter would find acceptable in the planning balance, would be given higher susceptibility and higher sensitivity as a receiving landscape to those forms of turbines. And other places like 19A and 19, the southern uplands and the southern uplands with forest, have less susceptibility than those other landscapes because of their characteristics and nature. So as far as that is concerned, I agree with you. I'm only disagreeing at the point where the capacity study starts to say, and therefore there is no capacity for this topography or for this type of development of this scale, or those matters. That's the difference between us. I think that's.
But as far as the definitions that are used in 2.2 and are applied in this document, they are almost identical to what's set out in the most recent Nature Scott.
Yes, they err in the manner that I set out to you. So with some changes in emphasis within this document, it would be coming in line, and also take away those points where it starts to set its own limitations. And then we have a useful document which is giving us that information about sensitivity and susceptibility and descriptions of the landscape, which are helpful to the reporter.
Well, you say they are, but can we just be clear on the and you suggested the change that should go in at the start, but as far as the definition of landscape capacity as set out, and if we take away the actual heading, but as what's set out there, this relates to how far a landscape can accommodate development without significant adverse impact occurring on its character. Landscape character and sensitivity are part of this, but in this study, capacity also includes an assessment of visual sensitivity and landscape values. In what way is that inconsistent with the definition of now landscape sensitivity in the Nature Scott document?
I would agree if it comes back to what I've been saying repeatedly, and I apologize for repeating myself. But if that capacity was expressed in the form of some of the landscapes in Dumfries and Galloway have more capacity or less capacity than others to accommodate different forms and types of development based on their sensitivity and susceptibility and their characteristics, then I'd be at one with you. It's where the term capacity is used in this study to set thresholds or limitations that it strays outside the definition that you're putting to me.
Well, Mr. Denny, I'm looking at the definition that the actual study uses on that third column. And can you point to which particular words or which particular part of that you consider is inconsistent with what's set out in Nature Scott's?
I think I have just explained that, and I've explained it about 3 times now.
Well, no, Mr. Denny, could you please tell me what words are inappropriate in that paragraph?
I'm not saying, I just said this now, I'm not saying that those words are inappropriate.
Thank you.
I'm saying that the way in which the capacity study then interprets capacity goes outside of that.
So we're at one, that as far as the definitions that this document uses in its methodology, you've got no gripe with what's set out on sections 2.2 of this document.
as long as that capacity is in the context of more or less capacity, i.e. it's a hierarchical judgment as opposed to a limiting judgment.
Right. So
I
there's
apologize for
nothing
repeating that, but that is my point.
So we can leave it there, that there's nothing wrong with that methodology that's set out there. Thank you.
Subject to my caveats.
Well, you've not said that there's any caveat in relation to these 3 paragraphs.
I just said it insofar as the study does not, I'm afraid, as it does, interpret capacity in a different way to the way that it's described in that. I think I've made that plain. I can't.
Methodology, Mr. Denny. I don't want to take up too much time on this, but I'm talking about the methodology used here. And as far as the wording used in these 3 paragraphs is concerned, you've got no problem with that wording. What you are suggesting is that the study goes beyond what's set out here. But as far as that, in particular, that wording under landscape capacity, you've got no criticism of that, have you?
Well, if I was writing this document, I would say landscape capacity is described as the degree to which particular landscape character types or areas are able to accommodate change with varying degrees of significant effects on its character and overall change of landscape character types.
Well, we're getting into semantics now.
Well, that's because you put it back, then that puts it firmly back into a hierarchical study of relative sensitivity appropriately. That would be a better way of.
Isn't that why, though, that SNH and Nature Scotland now have never suggested for a moment that there's any problem with this capacity study? And indeed, in their comments on this proposal, they refer to it.
Well, I'm afraid I have to fall back on a better interpreter than me, which is Inspector Bullier, who quite clearly did see that the same problem that I saw, he saw. And I think I would prefer to leave it that I am correct, and that Inspector Bullier saw that exact same problem with the language of this study. I can't go further than that.
Well, that reporter found that it was a material consideration, did he not?
Well, I think I said that an hour and a half ago.
Yeah. Well, if we now turn on and look at what this study does set out as and the relevant host let's start with the relevant 2 host units, the Nithsdale unit of the Southern Upland character type LCT19 and the Ken unit. And before we sort of, I suppose, go into look at these in detail, would you agree that clearly this guidance is relevant to consideration not just of the proposal now, but also in relation to consideration of site selection? And I appreciate that you were not involved in the site selection of this site, but would you agree that this document is clearly a relevant document when one considers or when one is considering whether a site is suitable?
Yes, I would. Clearly, and not only this developer, but all developers, as again I said in evidence in chief, have looked at this document and have said to themselves, well, if we're not going to go forward with a scheme in Eskdalemuir, which might be where this would direct us to for the greater capacity for large topography turbines, where does this document tell us the next areas of Dumfries and Galloway character types that have a greater capacity to accept a wind farm, and it's 19A and 19, which is why I say that's why you've seen a significant number of wind energy developments coming forward in those landscapes, because quite clearly they've been guided towards those landscapes by this study.
Well, perhaps taking it a little bit out of turn there, but I know you said that the developer will have looked at this document when considering site selection, but there's absolutely no indication whatsoever, is there, in the EIA report that the D&G study was used in consideration of site selection, is there?
I wasn't involved in the site selection process. I came in to this process, indeed Pegasus, after the site had been selected. So I can't give you any further information on that. But what I can tell you is that this document is a relevant document for one aspect of how you might decide where you might want to bring forward a development. Of course, you and I must agree that there might be somewhere which is the perfect place in landscape terms as far as this document is concerned if you analysed it. But that place is 17 kilometres from an appropriate grid connection. It has problems with water courses and private water supplies. It has other, so there will be factors which the developer takes into consideration which go well beyond merely the landscape factors to look at which site in the round is the best place for them to bring forward a development. And that isn't always the one which is absolutely the best in landscape and visual terms, but it's a good one in landscape and visual terms.
I'm not disputing that, Mr. Denny, but what about what they would look at? And of course, there are other factors to take into account. But you just said a moment ago that the developer would look at the D&G study. And so I assume that you said that on an informed basis. And I turn to, we can all turn to CD 226, which is the site selection and evolution. And there is no indication whatsoever in that site selection and evolution that the D&G study was considered. Indeed, when we go on to the criteria, and I appreciate that you were not involved in this, but when you go on to the criteria that's set out in table 3.2, we can see the documents that that were referred to and what considerations were given to various matters. And indeed, there doesn't seem to be anything there about landscape and visual effects in the actual criteria. I appreciate that they are set out in the earlier section at 3.2.8, but in the actual site selection criteria, there doesn't seem to be any reference. So are you speaking from an informed position when you say that the developer looked at the D&G study when considering site selection?
I can't speak for the developer in that regard, obviously, and I don't. So no, in terms of what, but what the only thing I would say, sir, is that I was involved from the very beginning with the original Sanquhar wind farm, and I was involved with Sanquhar 6, and I do know that the reason why those original wind farms came forward was in part because the developer was looking at where was the appropriate upland landscapes which had the characteristics to best receive a wind farm, because I've been involved in all those stages over all of those years. So even if it wasn't explicitly, and it may be an omission, reported, I certainly know that this location has been a location because of the characteristics of the landscape alongside all those other factors.
Well, let's look at what is actually set out in the D&G study and with that introduction. And if we start to turn to LCT 19 and the relevant unit, I think we can find it. Well, page 330 has got the map, but as you helpfully set out this morning, figure 6.5 sets out all the various relevant landscape characterizations within 20 kilometers. But on 331, we've got a description and the summary of sensitivity. Now, again, would you agree that it's appropriate that when you are assessing the impact of this proposal, that you consider the key points that are set out in this document in relation to sensitivity?
Well, certainly it is a document one could go to for that information. Yes.
Yes, and it's a pointer, as I don't think there's a dispute with us, because I mean, clearly Nature Scott set out that it should be used as a guide to where development should take place, and also as a guide to an assessment of proposals. So you'd expect that the key points in this document would be analysed and considered, the key relevant points.
It certainly could be an informative, yes.
Yes, good.
But I think again, when it comes to LVIA, of course, it's beholden on the assessor to make their own judgments about value, susceptibility, and sensitivity, not merely transfer them across from something that somebody else has done, because that could lead to all sorts of problems.
No, but this is indeed a pointer, and as we can see in many of the other decisions, and I don't intend to go through a trawl through the various Scottish ministers and reporters' decisions, but they often use the key points that are identified in this document to consider a proposal against. For example, here we can see in that opening paragraph 24.2 that a number of the key issues are identified in relation to sensitivity. We can see that the Nisdale unit is characterized by valleys divided by broad ridges and with occasional more pronounced summits. We can see at the bottom of that first paragraph that the more well-defined hills which occur in the southeastern part of the Nisdale unit, which make an important contribution to the scenic diversity of adjacent glens and valleys, would also be highly sensitive to wind farm development. And we can see that the regional scenic area covers the southern part of the Nisdale unit. That's obviously another matter to take into account. And you'd agree, I'm sure, that all these matters are relevant to take into account, and you would expect a decision maker or anyone who's analysing this development to take these matters into account, would you not?
Well, I certainly think you would take them into account alongside the detailed information in the LVIA. The LVIA is site-specific and it's development-specific. The capacity study makes judgments on a more generic basis, which is why, again, coming back to Inspector Bullier, he said it's no substitute for a site-specific assessment, because, of course, that can take into account the very specific impacts on character, landform, etc., of a particular proposal, whereas the capacity study and its sensitivities are more generic. So, for example, you just pointed out a point where it said about sensitivities to development. Of course, those sensitivities may vary dependent on the form, nature, and location of the development that you intend to bring forward. Hence, the moving to the reliance on the site-specific assessment rather than the reliance on the capacity study. But you're quite right, the capacity study provides useful background information.
And you're quite right, I'm sure, about the LVIA, but you would that's on the basis that you would expect the LVIA to address these points and also to consider the D&G study in detail, would you not? And we'll come on to see the extent that the LVIA does that in due course. And just now we're just setting the scene, as it were. But you would expect the LVIA to address the key points that are identified in this document, would you not?
Well, I would expect the LVIA to address the things that LVIA should address, which is it needs to address character, visual amenity. It needs to do that through an understanding of landscape character, its components, through value, through susceptibility, and the LVIA does that.
Yeah. Well, we'll come on to look at that in a little bit more detail in due course. But as far as this document is concerned, we've got the introduction, but then we have the identification of the cumulative issues, and there's a number of bullet points identified there. I suppose one factor, just to take up the point that on cumulative issues that you identified in examination in chief this morning, you mentioned the 20 shilling development, and of course we're told there that the consented 20 in that first paragraph of the cumulative issues 24.2.1 that the consented 20 shilling wind farm will form a relatively contained development, and that's no doubt one of the reasons why it was granted consent. And indeed we can see that from the decision, which I'm not sure if it's lodged thinking about it, but we can certainly see from this that it's identifying that the 20 shilling wind farm will form a relatively contained development. That's a factor to take into account and why that was granted permission.
Well, that's one of the reasons that would have been taken account into that decision. I mean, when it uses the term contained, it's because it's not a linear development in the way that Sanquhar has a more linear form. So that's the word. It's not contained in the sense that, for example, we talked about viewpoint 3 this morning at Lowther Hill. Well, from Lowther Hill, you can see Sanquhar and you can see 20 shilling, and that's 16 kilometers. So when it means contained, it merely means its form rather than its effects.
But it's certainly, as far as the cumulative issues are concerned, and the 3 bullet points identified in that third column, I suppose they're all really relevant, are they not, to consideration of this proposal?
So we're talking about the bullet points following 24.2.1?
Yes. And the third
Yes,
column.
although again, I've got another problem with the language of the capacity study there.
Thought you might.
It's a problem that it starts off on bullet point 1 of describing overwhelming effects on views from. So again, it's making pejorative decisions about what is or isn't overwhelming, rather than saying may give rise to significant cumulative effects on the A76, for example.
Well,
it's another example of where the capacity study, is making judgments rather than sticking to relative sensitivities.
Let's try, Mr. Denny, not to get too picky about things, shall we? And you'd agree that the first these three bullet points are key cumulative issues as they're identified?
They're issues to be considered, yes.
Yes.
And I think the LVI has considered cumulative issues on the A76 upon the landform. Well, both of those two are landforms, and also the Okun and Sanquhar water. So yes, the LVI does do all of these three things, but it doesn't make judgments on whether the effects it assesses, for example, on the A76 are overwhelming or not, because that's a really a kind of pejorative judgment that isn't for the LVIA really.
That's for, you would say, the decision maker to take a decision on.
Yes.
Now, if we come on to the key constraints, then again, just to put this document in context and the constraints that are set out there, would you agree, as far as this proposal is concerned, constraint, I suppose, on the bullet points 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 are all relevant, and if the reporter was looking for a checklist of considering how this the constraints that against this development, these are appropriate. This is an appropriate, should I say, checklist to go down.
Well, it's certainly it's informative in terms of some aspects of the character and characteristics of the landscape. It's not definitive, and it's, again, I say it's not a substitute for the detailed assessment of the LVIA. You also need to read it in conjunction with the opportunities, because it has key constraints and opportunities. And interesting enough, the beginning of key constraints is more complex landform associated with. The first one in the opportunities is the gently simple landform and gently undulating. So as I said,
referring to different areas there.
Exactly, as I said earlier, you need to look at the landscape as a whole, because different components of the landscape demonstrate different ranges of capacity.
Yeah, but the opportunities they're referring to the interior of the Northwest Lowthers unit.
Can I just interject and say something? Apologies for this, but my laptop is saying its battery's running low, which means it has been running on its battery, and despite being plugged in beneath me, appears not to be taking a charge from the electricity supply below me. So I may at some point need to address that.
Okay, do you think you'll be able to go on to lunchtime? I've probably got another 15 minutes of this to go.
I don't know. It might be wise for me just to try to ensure that it's receiving electricity supply at the moment. I don't know. I'll take advice.
If I may just interject, I don't want my witness worrying about battery dying. So that's I think a consent he doesn't need. So I wonder whether we could just, a couple of minutes maybe to finish off, and maybe even take a lunch adjournment, or alternatively take 2 minutes to get a power supply to Mr. Denny.
Mr. Armstrong, what would work best from your perspective?
I'm happy for Mr. Denny, what he's most comfortable with. If he wants to break now and go off and do it, I know with any technical thing, we want to try and avoid concerns, but so I'm happy for what suits Mr. Denny best.
Yes, I apologise, sir. The power supply is plugged into my laptop and it's plugged into the socket in the floor, but for some reason it's not receiving a supply. If it does die, then I'd have to redial back into the session. So
yeah, I don't want to put you in a position where we suddenly lose you in that way. So if Mr. Armstrong, this is a suitable point at which we could break for lunch, and that doesn't break the flow of your cross-examination, then I would suggest that.
I'm happy to do that. Yes, that's fine.
Okay, so that gives hopefully plenty of time to resolve the power.
Thank you very much indeed, sir.
Okay, so we'll break there for lunch. If we can resume at 1:45, please. So we've got an hour for lunch. During the break, Mr. Denny, obviously you'll have colleagues assisting you with the power issue, but please don't speak to your colleagues
Fully
about
understood.
any of the evidence or anything of that nature. But you're welcome to turn your video off and be muted during the break. And we'll resume at 1:45. Thank you very much.
Oh, it's
good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back. Mr. Denny, is your computer powered?
It is, sir, and I have to hold my hands up and say that because the two plugs are under the table where my feet are, I think I may have kicked one of them, so it's all down to me. I apologise.
Easily done. No problem at all. Okay, Mr. Armstrong, when you're ready, thank you.
So just before we start, and apologies, Mr. Armstrong, could I just give you the two reference numbers to the points I was making in answer to questions, Mr. Armstrong, concerning the draft landscape sensitivity assessment guidance, SNH or Nature Scott. I just read through in the lunch break just to find the 2 points that reference the points I was making. The first one in relation to the sort of primacy of the LVIA in their document is their paragraph 7. And there it says these studies can inform strategic site selection for development, helping to steer it towards better locations and informing LVA, but they should be not used to determine planning applications, but they should be seen as complementary. And then the other one in the answers I was giving is at their paragraph 10, where it says existing assessments provide a useful evidence and understanding to inform spatial planning. However, updating may be required, particularly for wind farm studies, as development patterns and technologies change and/or to remove elements of capacity assessments where these exist. The assessment criteria are likely to remain relevant and can inform the basis of updating a study. And I think those 2 points were consistent with the points I was making earlier.
Well, I suppose the paragraph 7 point that's tied in with what is set out in paragraph 1, that they're important tools to help guide development to the best location, and the guidance that you agreed with, that that they set out that they should be used in relation to development controls issues. These strategic studies should help to inform site selection and the assessment of the landscape and visual aspects of individual planning applications for wind turbines, as the guidance sets out. I think we're all at one on that, are we not?
It does. I was only actually giving the paragraph references to the 2 points that I'd made to you.
Yeah, I'm trying. Right. Okay. Well, I think before we you were powering down or powered up. I think we were agreeing that as far as page 337 is concerned, that the various bullet points, in particular bullet points 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7, are relevant to consideration of this application, and they would be a good point of reference for the reporter and indeed the Scottish ministers to consider these bullet points when considering the impact on this landscape unit. Is that correct? I think we'd got to that stage at 12:55. Yeah.
I think I'd gone further to say, and also the 3 bullet points under opportunities.
Yeah. And well, I'll come on to the opportunities. I was going to do this at a sort of stage by stage basis, and I suppose, as you correctly said, that you've got to look at each one of these and look at them in the context of where the proposal is. So I suppose, for example, for the first one, it refers to the more complex landform associated with the deeply incised valleys and it goes on to refer to the upland glens of the Scar and Shingle Water. And so that's clearly the relevant part for our purposes, is it not? And we'll come on when we look at the...
Yes, quite so. I mean, that landform does mean that within that part of the Ken unit, there'll only be certain areas that may be suitable for a wind farm development, because a lot of it is taken up by deeply incised valleys, which of course wouldn't necessarily be suitable. So it limits the opportunities because of the landform.
Yeah, and for example, with 3, it's obviously the high visibility of these uplands from the northwestern areas and consideration of the skyline ridges, providing a backdrop and focus and views from settlements and roads. And 5, the important contribution the dramatic sculptural open hills make to the RSA. These are all the factors to take into account in that sort of list of considering the constraints.
Absolutely, and that's why, for example, in terms of the visual assessment, the extent which a wind farm located in the area where the Sanquhar 2 wind farm is, all of those effects on visibility and visual amenity need to be taken into account, and obviously have done. But yes, you're quite right. It's a sort of checklist of things, and those things are in the LVIA.
Yeah, and well, we'll come on to look at that in due course. But as far as the opportunities is concerned, I think you referred to that first one, but that first one isn't strictly speaking as far as the Northwest Lowthers Is that directly relevant?
No, it's not an upland plateau.
Yeah, yeah, but the others. But then we've got this the specific guidance on development, and then the tables beginning in 333 onwards. And again, I suppose for the benefit of the reporter and the and the Scottish ministers, you know, that first one, obviously, the scale and openness is important to consider, and I suppose for the very large turbines, it seems particularly relevant about dominating the height of the hills and also set back. They should and these uplands and set well back from the narrow valleys to minimise effect on scale. So that, would you agree? That's obviously a first one.
Well, if you can set a wind farm back in an upland plateau, you can limit its visibility from the more settled valleys. That's just a matter of geographical fact. But it doesn't mean that a wind farm which isn't set back in an upland plateau is not on its merits still capable of being proved. Of course, we know that from many wind farms. And could I just say, you pointed out to me now just guidance for development. I do note that it starts off, there is no scope for the very large typology. This is back to the editing point of SNH. I would say what that should say is, for very large typology turbines, scope may be limited by, and then the factors above,
well,
rather than no scope.
Yeah, ultimately it is guidance, and it's for the reporter and the Scottish ministers to have regard to the guidances. I think everyone accepts, and also to have regard to the pointers or the signposts that in the guidance, and to address the issues. And at this stage, and we'll come on, Mr. Denny, in due course, to actually look at whether the extent that these issues are relevant. Just now, I'm just going through this, hopefully relatively quickly, to identify the key passages and points in this document that are relevant, and then we'll come on to an analysis of them in due course. And I'm just wanting to see, to the extent that we're agreed on the key passages in this document, that one should have regard to. So obviously that scale and openness and the assessment, I suppose landform is also relevant here, and over the page, land cover and landscape features in particular. And I suppose another important one on page 335, landscape context, where it sets out that the more well-defined and rugged hills of the southern parts of the Nisdale unit of the Southern Uplands 19 contribute to the high scenic landscape composition centred on the upland glens 10 and of the Scar and Chinel waters. And then the assessment there is set out to the extent that this type of topology could dominate the setting of these uplands. These are obviously matters to take into account, and are pointers that should be considered. Would you agree?
Well, they're matters for consideration, yes. I mean, it's not an exhaustive list, but it's certainly, there are things that one would consider. Yeah, but you still need to look at, as I said earlier, you still need to look at the details of an individual scheme. For example, you might say that prominent ridge lines might be seen as a constraint, but for example, a simple but prominent ridge line with turbines ranged across it may give rise to a better looking and a better designed wind farm than one, say, in a more intimate undulating landscape where turbines would all be seen at different heights to one another. You really have to boil down to the specifics, but yes, as a general approach to things to consider, I'm agreeing with you.
Yeah, and also, I suppose, going over the page to views and visibility, again, they're identifying key points there, and on page 337, at landscape value, they're identifying other key issues that should be considered. And
yes, I think I agreed with you earlier. Landscape value, susceptibility, sensitivity, and the degree of change are all things to consider, because that's what LVI is about. And it can only make those judgments by looking at the landscape, its characteristics, its landform, etc., etc. So yes, I think we're at one, but that is LVIA.
Yeah, but the LVI, you would expect, would you not, that the LVIA, that the author of the LVIA would look at this document and identify the points that are raised, and address the key constraints in a logical and coherent way, so you could understand how this document has been used in assisting in the assessment, because you'd expect that from the ultimate decision maker, that they will look at these key constraints that we've seen listed there, and will comment on each one of them and how they're impacted by the decision.
Yes,
Or by the proposal, should I say.
in general terms, again, I could agree with you and think that that may be appropriate. Of course, it may well be in this case, and I do know that the author of the LVIA was aware and had looked at and had read this document, because I still have the printed copies of the 2017 documents in my office, left from the time when that landscape architect wrote the LVIA. But they may also have looked at it on the basis that it says there's no scope for this development, and so they have relied more heavily on their own assessment because they saw that this guidance said there wasn't any scope for this development here in the first place.
Well, this document says that that there was no scope, but it also it is not just a document setting out that, as you've agreed. It also sets out the sort of key issues that a decision maker, and indeed a drafter of an LVIA, should have regard to when considering any development in this area.
Yes, well, obviously the reporter will take it into account as a material consideration. If I was authoring an LVIA on this site now, and I saw in reading this document that these things have been taken into account and had led to the authors of this document saying there was no scope for this development, I'd think, well, I'd better look at this for myself. And that's what I would do. I would look at it in detail for myself, which is what the LVIA has done. Just
as you would think that if somebody was considering whether this was an appropriate site, that they would look at this guidance as well and factor that into the assessment and criteria that they were having regard to. The appropriateness or other of this site is dependent on the wind farm that's being proposed and the benefits being weighed against the harms. That's a slightly different matter. But in terms of the developer deciding where might they bring forward a wind farm, then I'm absolutely certain, although I said to you earlier, I can't give you any definitive information on this because I am not the developer, but I'm absolutely certain they wouldn't have chosen to bring a scheme forward in this landscape without considering at all what Dumfries and Galloway had said in this capacity study. That would seem to me to be very strange if they had not have done so. Well, it's strange indeed, and we'll come on to look at that in a second. Well, come on to look at that in a due course, but I appreciate that you were not involved in this proposal at that stage. But if we try and do this in a sort of logical way, if we could next look at the 19A Ken unit, and I suppose we can find that at 340, page 347. And again, I suppose we've got the description and summary of sensitivity there, and the we're told that the Ken unit has a high sensitivity, however, due to the presence of the Southern Upland Way and a network of core paths and promoted heritage trails, and that the Ken unit is more intercut by valleys and features a number of smaller scale local landscapes and dramatic corries at the head of glens. So these are all factors to take into account. And you'd expect a sort of anyone who's assessing these matters to take these factors into account. Well, there's certainly factors that one would take into account. I mean, I know the Ken Valley very well. I've carried out assessments there myself. And yes, in carrying out an LVIA, these things will crop up because these things are part of the character of that landscape. Yeah, and I suppose the cumulative issues, the particularly relevant ones here, would you agree, are the second and third bullet point? That's the first and second one in the third column. Well, it's making a judgment about would exacerbate impacts without it being specific to any particular form of development or particular proposal. So that's another one of the inherent weaknesses, because
a particular form of development may come forward which doesn't exacerbate impacts on the adjacent area. But that's by the by.
Do you agree that there are issues that obviously that could be addressed if it was a development for, say, one turbine? Then they could go back and say, well, these aren't an issues for these 2 points aren't issues for us. But would you agree that as far as this proposal is concerned, the second and third bullet points, the one beginning additional development located in the Ken, and the third one while the sparsely settled, these are relevant issues to be addressed?
I think impacts on the Ken unit are addressed and should be addressed. Yes. Impacts on the adjacent narrowed wooded valleys should be addressed. Yes, they are addressed.
Good.
Impacts on the southern upland way and the upland glens and the glen Kens are addressed. And so are the striding arches and the southern upland way for quite a considerable distance. So yes, all of the things that this says should be addressed are addressed. Could I just point out in the same text concerning 19A, we have the same problem. Guidance for development in the first, second, third paragraph on page 349, it says capacity for additional development is likely to be very limited within the Ken unit. And then it goes on in the next one, capacity is also considered to be close to being reached. And then in the third one, there is some limited scope. So it hasn't got quite as far as saying no, but it's setting itself capacity thresholds again, which was part of the matters that we were discussing earlier.
Well, that's in the context of the definition of capacity that it's using, which, as we've seen, is the same as the one that Nature Scott.
Well, no, because if you go back to the paragraph that I pointed out to the inspector there, paragraph 10, Nature Scott is actually advising these sorts of things to be taken out of the guidance. Sorry to keep going back, but we seem to be treading over the same ground.
Yeah, but that's in the context of the let's not go over ground that we've already gone on.
It says what it says. Yes.
And for the key constraints, I suppose again for the sort of checklist for the reporter of where to start by considering the constraints in relation to this proposal. I suppose it's the first, third, fifth and sixth, would you agree, are the ones? The first, that arc of hills, which includes Benbrack, Cairn and Black Craig, which forms a key focus of the head of the Upper Glen, and the presence of the Southern Upland Way, clearly relevant. The third one, the fifth and sixth, are all relevant, would you not agree?
Well, certainly, I think, yes. They all relate to things which are taken into consideration in the landscape and visual impact assessment. So
these are, again, if we're going on a sort of checklist, these are a good starting point to check and consider the constraints and how the proposal impacts on these constraints.
It's the view of the council as to where the sensitivities lie in the various landscape components. Yes.
Yeah. And you're not disagreeing with that these are obviously relevant factors?
I'm not saying that they're not relevant. No, they are matters for consideration.
And again, we can, taking this hopefully relatively shortly, we can see the sort of the key topics and summary descriptions that should be considered here. And I suppose of particular relevance, again, scale, landform, landscape, and the comments in relation to very large turbines, the land cover, and the landscape context on page 353, and then views and visibility on 354. And the key points in each one of these should be considered when assessing this proposal.
I think they should be taken into consideration, but it's not a prescriptive list, and it isn't definitive.
No, but they are, as I think you said yourself, they're a good starting point or a good checklist. I think was what you used.
It's a starting point of things one may want to consider, but it's not prescriptive.
Yeah. But they're matters that should be addressed. Yes.
No, I said they're matters that can be taken into consideration. Yes. Well, I said it's not prescriptive. It's not a sort of thou must.
And this is an important point, because would it not be that they should be taken into account unless there is good reason for them not to be taken into account?
Well, I think we're talking in generalized terms here, but if you've already looked at this assessment and seen that the council's come to the view that there's no scope for your development on the basis of these matters, then I think it's perfectly acceptable for a landscape visual impact statement, in effect, to go back to first principles and carry out an assessment of its own to GVLA 3 to see whether the author agrees or disagrees with that lack of scope. But it isn't something where they must rigorously identify each point that's been raised in this document and themselves raise that exact same point. They will go back and make their own judgment about the landscape as they see it, what they see as relevant and important, and the impacts that the development has upon that landscape using their judgment.
Issues, you're not denying that they're relevant, and you're not suggesting that you're not saying that they're not relevant, are you? And you're not suggesting that these are not key points. I think what you're saying is that you go on that there has been an analysis of them, but I'm just wanting to sort of put this document in context, and you're not suggesting that any of these paragraphs that I've referred you to, or these passages, no, they're not relevant. Indeed, you've so far said, yeah, each one of the paragraphs that I've identified are relevant.
Yes, what I'm not saying to you is, if you ask me later on, Mr. Denny, can you tell me where the words open hills lies in the LVIA, or can you tell me where the words rim of open topped rugged hills appears, then I may not be able to do so. But if you ask me, well, where does the LVIA take into account the landscape and the topography and its character, then clearly it does.
Well, Mr. Denny, I think we'll get on a lot quicker if you just concentrate on the questions that that I'm asking you, and not worry about whether I'm going to lead you into some trap, as you seem to be thinking, in due course. Don't worry, I'm not going to come back and say you don't mention open hills in your LVIA later on. Can we just at this stage,
in different terms, yeah.
Can we just at this stage clarify which bits are the important bits and which bits you accept? And I think we've done that for this one. And if we can quickly go on and do that for the SCAR and Shinwell LCT 10.
Yeah, could I just, I know it's slightly boorish of me, but could I just add that we need to take in the key constraints and the opportunities, because you keep skipping the opportunities and concentrating me on the constraints, because they need to be looked at together.
Yeah, no, yeah, absolutely right. Yeah. So if we go to page 151. And of course, this is obviously not one of the host units, but it's clearly one of the units that that is referred to in 19A and the 19A units we've just looked at. And this is the indirect effects. But again, here on page 151, we've got the key constraints. And that first one is clearly a critically important one, like having regard to the narrowness of the glens, which limits scope for large topologies, which would dominate their limited extent and scale. And can I suggest the third one is also particularly relevant, the upper edges of the valleys, where the irregularly shaped enclosing ridgeline is visually prominent against the sky when viewed from within the glen, and which would be sensitive to wind turbines sited in these glens and in adjacent upland areas. So again, it's tying in with the host areas. And I suppose that third one, the heads of the glens, which are often the focal points and views, these three would be particularly relevant, again, to this proposal, would they not?
Yes, to save time, I agree with you. And can I just put my caveat in, sir, that I make that agreement on the basis that I think it really should say the narrowness of the glens may limit scope for larger topographies, which may dominate their limited extent and scale, because you need to look at the actual effect of actual proposals, because you may conclude that in a particular location they don't dominate.
Yeah, and I would suggest that this is obviously a guidance, and it's suggesting identifying issues you should have regard to. It may not be, when you actually come down to the detailed assessment, be relevant, but they're clearly the issues that have got to be addressed.
Yes, and just to point out again, 13.3 guidance on development, it categorically states there is no scope, and then goes on to say what there is no scope for. So
yeah. And also we can see the helpful identifying issues in relation to scale and openness, landform, and visual amenity, and landscape values in the next few pages. And I suppose, again, just for completeness, for LCT 9, we go to page 135. And again, if we're looking for a checklist for the reporter to go through and consider the points, again, this is another one with indirect effects. Taking this short, it certainly be the for key constraints, it would be the fifth one and the sixth one. And I suppose I'm perhaps taking that too short, because I should say for the cumulative issues, it would be the second bullet point as well, which would be the relevant one. So it would be the second bullet point for the cumulative. I mean, I'm sure you're familiar with this
Yes,
document.
I am.
And these
Yes.
messages. And on 137, the fifth and sixth bullet points.
Yes, the cumulative effects of multiple wind farms. Obviously, you would take that into account. There's a cumulative impact assessment. RSA designations, yes, we'll take that. There is. You said the fifth, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. High visibility that may arise from the A76. Yes, of course, and that's also taken into account. Yes, I think really you're just ticking off the things that the LVIA has assessed.
Well, we'll come on to discuss that in due course. And going on to the final one, that page 98, and I appreciate, you know, that I want to say that, you know, here that it's identifying at 7.1.2 that there's no wind farm development that occurred within these landscapes. But again, the key constraints on page 101 are the first, second, and I suppose the last one would all be relevant for our purposes, first, second, and fifth.
Well, again, taking out the pre-assessment of domination. Yes, in general terms, I don't think any of those things are things that you wouldn't take into consideration.
No,
could take into consideration.
Yeah, no. I suppose you will also be familiar with document CD505, and we will go to look at that in due course. That's the report to committee, which also after page 80 has the memo from the council's landscape architect, where there is a detailed analysis of all of these issues. There's the cross-referencing to this document, the issue, and the relevance to this proposal, and an assessment of whether the guidance is indeed, well, first of all, relevant, but be correct about in relation to this proposal. Is there not?
Yes, there is, and partly you've also flagged the reason why I've been slightly reticent in my answer to some of your questions is I know that report to committee states that this document in effect needs to be complied with, and that the proposal don't comply with it, which is one of the issues that I have.
I'm dealing with the memo, but we'll come on to look at that as well, and we'll come on to that issue as well in due course. Don't worry, Mr. Denny. But putting this in context and gradually coming to your assessment or the applicant's assessment, and then looking at the actual impacts themselves. And so, if we turn on to consider the applicant's evidence on this, and consider it in the context of the issues identified by the D&G study and the guidance within that. And we've touched on this already, but you have come back again in relation to saying that you're sure that your clients would have had regard to this. But could we then, on that basis, look at the EIA report and document CD 226, which is hopefully chapter 3, which deals with site selection and evolution?
Sure that I have that to hand.
It's CD 226 if you're wanting to get to the sort of electronic
Now, is that in the AI?
reference.
Is that in the AI information July 2020 or 2021?
It's the 2019 because it wasn't updated in the 2020 or 2021 documents, I don't think.
Don't think I have the electronic.
It's CD 226. I think the shared list of documents, you should be able to find it on that as CD 226.
No, do you mind if I ask somebody to pass me? a
Not
copy
at
of
all.
that?
No, I'm happy at any stage for
It'll just save
somebody
time.
to pass you.
Mr. Denny, if you have the core documents list open, there are hyperlinks within that document.
No, it wouldn't work for me here. I was using that right up until this morning, but I'm now actually using the client's own list of core documents, which isn't the same. So
Okay.
yes, I thought I'd very cleverly put a desktop link to your hyperlinks on, but for whatever reasons, along with my other glitches this morning, it won't work. Thank you. Someone's just passed me the document. So I've got
Great.
site selection and evolution, section 3.
Yes. Now, I appreciate you were not involved in this stage, and you set out clearly in your recognition in your report that you were not involved. You first got involved in, I think, April 2017. And I suppose just on this as a sort of context, you identify at chapter 2 of your report that you consider that from a landscape and visual position, the proposal really taking it short, that the applicant has done as best they can, having regard to the proposal and the site and the other factors that require to be taken into account in designing such a project. But again, that begs the question, is this the right site in the first place? And if we look at the initial site selection criteria, and I appreciate, as you pointed out earlier, there's lots of other factors that have got to be taken into account. And we're today, tomorrow, and the next day considering the landscape and visual impacts. And we're shown there on 3.2.8, the selection criteria is as follows. And one of the bullet points is consideration of potential landscape and visual impacts, including national landscape designations. But if we turn on to then actually look at the assessment and site selection evaluation of the Sanquhar 2 proposal and table 3.2, and the criteria there doesn't appear to be that criteria of landscape and visual impacts. What we do get is planning policy, criteria 8, spatial planning, which ties into as the zoning, as it's put there, and the regional scenic areas. But there doesn't appear to be any reference there to, on the criteria 1 to 17 of landscape and visual, does there?
No, you're quite right. In 3.28, it does reference consideration of potential landscape and visual impacts. So clearly they were taken into account. But you're absolutely right. In table 3.2, they are not in that table as you've just put to me.
And indeed, when we go on to look at the consideration of where, well, we look at where we get any mention of the D and G study. I've managed to find, I think there's one mention, or one mention that comes close to it, and that's at paragraph 3.6.6, which of course is after the stage of selecting the site, and it's the consultation response where it's set out there that the key issues raised by the council relate to landscape and visual impacts. I suppose there's not a direct reference there at that paragraph to the D&G study, but that's as close as it gets, isn't it, in this assessment of the selection of the site?
Yes,
Yes.
if you look at it taken as a whole, then it does make various references. It says in the benefits of the layout, it looks at the prominence of a number of turbines from key viewpoints. So obviously key viewpoints must have been taken into account. In the conclusions, it talks about the location in an isolated upland moorland setting. So its topographical and geographical elements must have been taken into consideration. It says the design fits well with the existing wind farm developments. That's wind farm pattern, surrounded by well surrounded by hills. So it does look as though the client has taken these matters into account as part of their assessment. But
you're reading from which paragraph, sorry?
Well, there I was reading from 3.7.7 and then from the conclusions, for example.
Yes, but that's
I would agree with you. It'd have been nicer if under a title of landscape and visual effects, those things had been grouped together. But I think it's clear that they took them into consideration, but they haven't been quite so explicit about it as you or I might have liked.
Well, Mr. Denny, that, with respect, is well. Let's just look at before I make any suggestion on what you're saying. That conclusion at 3.7.3.777 is dealing with the process after the site selection, and it's dealing with taking on board the consultation responses. It's dealing with taking on board the considerations which are set out in the consultation responses and the site evolution, which identifies a number of these issues. There's no suggestion anywhere in this document, is there, that that was considered before that stage or before the site was selected?
Well, no, I can't take you to such a thing. Obviously, I can't because it isn't there.
Yeah.
The only thing I would say in the client's defense, and it's really not for me to defend the client in this one, but having worked with them on these projects for a number of years, is this, of course, this client had already dealt with in detail the Sanquhar wind farm. It also then dealt with in detail the Sanquhar 6 wind farm. So I suppose maybe it's a failing on their part that they were already pretty familiar with its location and the landscape context in which their wind farm was going to sit. So maybe the only error was not making it explicit in this document.
Well, these are completely different sized proposals to the one that's currently being proposed, and the one that is currently being proposed affects different landscape character units than these two other proposals you've just mentioned. But as you say, you're not here to defend your client's site selection, but as far as the reporter and the Scottish ministers can only go with what's before them in the assessment. And as far as this site selection assessment sets out, there seems to have been no consideration of these matters.
Well, I don't think that's the case, but I can't take you to anything which is set out in tablets of stone.
Right. And where you got involved, what you're effectively saying in your recognition is that you have done as best you can with this site. But again, as I said, that begs the question, well, is this an appropriate site in the first place? And you don't really address that in your evidence to this inquiry, do you?
Well, I don't, because whether or not it's an appropriate site is not only a matter of its location and design, but what are the benefits that it gives rise to. I'm always asked questions at inquiries about minimizing the landscape and visual effects. And I always say, well, if you just gave me a free hand to minimize the landscape and visual effects, I could do it with gay abandon, because I would just keep removing turbines or reducing their height until there was no scheme at all. But that's not my role in the process. My role is to advise on what the impacts are of the development proposals that a client may have, what I consider may be the consenting risk associated with those, because different size schemes, different scales, different size turbines come with greater impacts. But ultimately, because I'm not fully familiar with all of the benefits and how they weigh in the planning balance, but the judgment about what is the best scheme to bring forward and where has to take all of those things into account, not just the landscape and visual matters.
Well, whether this is an appropriate site for the scale of development that is proposed it is obviously a key consideration, and the landscape and visual impacts are obviously key factors in that consideration. That's why, Mr. Denny, you are here, and why Mr. Steele will be here tomorrow or the next day to discuss these important points.
Yes, absolutely. But for example, whether or not a wind farm is in the right place isn't just about landscape and visual impacts. I know for a matter of fact, because I worked on the project, that this client had a wind farm in England, which was in a very good location for minimizing landscape and visual effects. And I worked to make sure that it did. And we actually got permission for it as well. And then it hasn't proceeded and it's not been built because actually, as it turned out, the other matters didn't stack up. So the fact that it was in a fantastic place for landscape and visual effects did not make it a well-sited wind farm.
Yeah, well, today and tomorrow and Wednesday, we're considering about landscape and visual issues,
Yeah.
but
they can't be
the
seen in
other issues.
isolation. And in case of where a client may decide to bring forward a wind farm, the landscape visuals can't be seen in isolation from the other matters, is all I'm saying to you.
Nobody's suggesting that, or I'm certainly not suggesting that, but what I'm saying is that you would expect it to be a factor to take into account, and you'd expect that the D&G study would be a factor that would be taken into account. We're told by the Nature Scott in their most recent guidance that it is a document that should be taken into account when you're considering site selection.
Yes, but the Dumfries and Galloway study is a spatial planning study. And yes, I said to you earlier, if I was looking to bring forward a wind farm, one of the things I'd want to see was what does a spatial planning study say about the place that I've chosen. I can't see a developer who's going to spend a considerable amount of money would not have done that. But I've already said to you several times, I can't take to you a piece of text which says that occurred.
Well, let's move forward to the LVIA then, and I take it we should just go to the replacement chapter in the additional information report.
Yes, which updates.
Yes, and it's set out that that's the one we should look at, and we shouldn't look at the earlier version. And if you could have that to hand. And this document does refer to the D&G study, and my sort of reading through this, it would appear that it's mentioned in paragraphs 6.4.37 and 6.4.38 to start off with. And that's putting it in context.
Yes.
Yeah, and then thereafter, if we jump on to 6.441, we suddenly go from, rather strangely, from these two paragraphs, we jump on to notwithstanding the findings of the capacity study. But there doesn't seem to be any assessment at this stage in between the paragraph 6.437, which identifies the study and says the study assesses the sensitivity of landscape character types and more locally defined character areas to different size of wind turbine developments, including those greater than 150 meters to blade tip. And then 6.4.38, the DGW LCS, also provides further descriptions of the baseline landscape character within, and then sets out. And then we're on to East Ayrshire, and then we suddenly jump onto notwithstanding the findings of the capacity study, but they're not actually addressed at that stage, are they?
No, they're not. I think it's the point I made to you earlier. I think the assessor, seeing that the study basically said there is no scope here, took the view that therefore what was needed to be detailed landscape visual impact assessment of their own judgments to see whether there was scope.
But at that stage, as I say, we're just told that there's a DGWLCS, and then we're told notwithstanding that, but nothing. Sorry, you said the assessor. You weren't involved in preparing this, were you?
Well, I wasn't the author. I mean, I was involved because I'm the team director. But I wasn't the author.
But I assume you checked it over before.
Well, I can tell you, I did go out on site to all of the viewpoints and all of the locations with the assessor, and talk to them and discuss their assessments at the time they were making before the document was finalised. Yes.
Right. Well, we then, when we get on to the effect on landscape character, I suppose the next mention of the DGWLCS is at paragraph 6.711. That's page 17 through to 6.716. But the actual consideration of any of the key issues identified is really centered around paragraph 6.715. Is it
yes,
not?
I think you've pointed me to the relevant paragraphs.
Yeah. So when we talk about the document and your acceptance that when the reporter comes to look at the key issues that we've agreed are relevant from that document, it's really focused down to, as far as this document we're looking at just now is concerned, it's really down to the analysis is in paragraph 6.7.15.
Well, no, the analysis in the LVIA is in the body of the LVIA because it carries out its.
Sorry, of the D and
yes.
G.
In terms of reporting, yes.
Yes.
It's reporting a strategic study and then going on to take out a site-specific detailed study of its own.
But the issues identified, you might have thought, in hindsight, should have been perhaps focused more clearly from the DGWLCS rather than that one paragraph. Would you not accept?
Well, it might have made my answers to your questions very much easier. Yes, you're correct. But it doesn't undermine the LVIA, of course, because the LVIA goes on from being that strategic analysis to being the detailed site-specific analysis.
And that's where we turn to for your detailed site-specific analysis, starting at, I suppose it starts really for the various units at paragraph 6.7.34 through to 6.778.
Yes, it starts with the Ken unit at 734. And yes, and it goes on to the East Ayrshire basins.
Yeah. And so that's where, and I'm not intending to take up time going through all of this, but that's where the reporter and the Scottish ministers, if they want to sort of look at the issues that are identified in the D&G study and whether they're assessed and what extent they're considered, they should look at these specific paragraphs.
Yes, because these are the paragraphs that deal with those character types and those character units.
Yeah. And then we can see in table 6.7 the extent that there's a conclusions of the significance of the effects.
Yes.
And I suppose this then ties into your analysis in your recognition and your report. And I suppose, to take it short, your conclusion at paragraph 310 of your report, that the significant effects upon the landscaped character would extend to no more than 7 kilometers. So the impact would be 7 kilometers from the turbines. And for the visual, the significant effect on visual amenity would be localized to, in your position at paragraph 311, to 10 kilometers.
Yes.
Yes. So you could consider the constraints that are identified in the D&G study in the context of your acceptance that there will be the significant effects on landscape character to 7 kilometers and to, as far as visual amenity, to up to 10 kilometers.
Yes, I think I agree with you.
Good. Good. Oh, well, that saves a fair bit of time then. And then if we look at for a moment these effects and look at them in the context of the D&G study and a proper analysis of the effects identified in the D&G study that the council landscape architect did. Could we turn to CD505? That's first of all the report to committee, and then at the end of that, in the electronic version, if we're using the electronic version, it's page 80 of that is the memo from the council's landscape architect.
I've got CD505, and yeah, I've got the internal memo
Yes.
appended to it.
Yeah, and that starts, I think, for those who are using the electronic document CD505, that should start at page 80, and then it's numbered 1 up to, I think, page 54, although it's every second page is numbered just to make it, and certainly in my version. But as far as the LCT 19 is concerned, Nithsdale unit, we can find a discussion and analysis of that on electronic page 98, page 19 at the bottom of the document, beginning at paragraph 2.5.2.
Yes, effects on the co-host Nithsdale unit LCT 19.
Yeah, and this the way this, and correct me if I've misunderstood it, but the way this document works is that there's the effect on the unit analyzed, and then later on in the document it's tied in with the D&G guidance. So in this case, we'd have to turn on to page 123 electronic version, page 44, and paragraph 5.2.4. So we have the effects analyzed, and then we have the it tied in with the key passages from the D&G study. Is that correct? That's the way the
yes, yes, it does, and I do see that it acknowledges in 5.2.4 that the LVIA and the further environmental information do set out a high degree of significant landscape effects through Nithsdale. So it's basically saying, yes, they have to identify these significant effects.
Yeah, but there is an analysis of what these significant effects are in these pages, are they not, in these two sections?
There are. It's Carol Anderson's interpretation of how she sees these turbines playing out in relation to the landscape factors. Yes.
I think it's actually Janet.
Sorry, it's Janet Swales. Yes. Sorry. Interchangeable in my head. It's either one or the other.
Right. Well, if we go back to the 2.5.2 and just see again, to the extent that we're all agreeing on the key effects and how the significance of them and how they tie in with what's set out in the D&G study, and so the extent that the guidance is correct in identifying the concerns that it does about development. I suppose the first one here is identified, the effects would be significant and direct on the open ridges and summit heads of the Sanquhar Water Valley and the tributaries of this valley between the Sanquhar and Shingle Water Valleys. And indirect on the backdrop and wider settings these provide to other landscapes.
Yes, she's setting out there her view of the effects it would have on the setting of landform within the landscape.
Yeah, and I suppose the next big key point is you can see that in the first bullet point in the reference to the various viewpoints, but then in the second one, the second big point, the dramatic vertical scale of the hills and distinctive glaciated landforms is experienced, and it sets out the likely effects and the particular turbines that are causing these effects.
Yes, I can see that.
Yeah, so there's a detailed analysis here of these matters, which, with respect, isn't set out in that detail in the LVIA, is it?
Well, the LVIA sets out its view on the impacts in the manner that it does. It doesn't replicate what Janet Swales has said or the manner in which Janet Swales has said it, but it appropriately does it within its own terms.
Well, it goes into this document goes into far more detail and actually analyzes what the impacts are. Does it not?
Well, yes, she has set out her view on what the impacts will be across a wide range of factors within the landscape. I agree, she does.
Yeah.
I mean, I know, and I respect Janet Swales a great deal. She loves this landscape passionately, and she's written about it very passionately.
Yeah, and we can and well, we can see that she ties this in with the sort of key viewpoints in relation to that first issue, viewpoints 5, 7, 9, and 24. Now, as we agree, it's ultimately up to the reporter and the Scottish ministers to have regard to these issues. But again, would you agree on that first key point that she raises, that these are the important viewpoints to consider?
Well, certainly they're the viewpoints that she considers important, and they're largely the viewpoints which the LVIA has considered.
Yeah.
I mean, I must point out we did try to agree viewpoints with the council and Janet Swales, but unfortunately, the meeting that I was due to have with her on site, she then wasn't able to be there. So, and that was due to poor weather. So, but nonetheless, we did try to agree viewpoints, and I think we have agreed appropriate viewpoints. And I think the statement of common ground says that they're appropriate and representative. So yes, that they are the viewpoints to consider.
Well, let's just be correct on that. That the council did set out that they considered that there should be other viewpoints that should be considered, and there is an analysis of that in other documents. But
yes, I mean, LVIA works on the basis that viewpoints are representative, so they can be used to allow the assessor to assess other areas for which there isn't a viewpoint. So that's why you need a spread in different locations at different distances. They're not just about the viewpoint assessment, but they're there to be an aide-memoire to the wider setting. The wider assessment.
Of course, and the reporter has ultimately got to go and look at these viewpoints and look at the various documents that and photographs that are produced. But I suppose for viewpoint 5, it's really, if we go to CD 139 and look at that for a moment. And whilst you've got them out,
sorry, I missed that because I had to turn around to pick up my documents.
Whilst you're picking them up, for viewpoint 5, CD 139, and for viewpoint 7, just as we can have all of these together. I suppose it's CD 3141. And viewpoint 5, the southern upland way.
That's the view from Wing Head.
Yeah. And I suppose we can see that in sheet A and B with the proposal shown, and then C is showing just the proposal, and that's D to get a sort of indication of D gives us the photo montage, a sort of indication of what the proposal would look like. And from what distance would that be?
3 kilometers, 2.939 is the exact, but
Yeah,
3 kilometers.
Yeah,
and it's assessed as being major and significant.
Yeah, at that distance of 2.9
Yes.
kilometers, and but then we can get a further indication from sheet 5, I suppose, as well, which follows on.
Yes.
And I suppose, again, to put in the context of the Council's landscape officers' comments in relation to 2.5.2 in that first one, viewpoint 7, which is CD 3141.
So Colt Hill, the Striding Arches?
Yes. Again, in context, we've got the current view and the wire lines in sheet A and B, and then sheets C and D gives us the photo montage. Again, from what distance is that roughly? Is that the
just over 2.2 kilometers?
Yeah.
And that was assessed as major and significant as well.
Yeah, and also if we turn on to sheets E and F, where we can vividly see what would be proposed in F, which is, again, well, that's obviously a similar distance.
Yes, that's right. I've been criticised several times for my photography from this viewpoint. It's because I have to keep changing the location to make sure the photograph doesn't have the striding arch in it. Otherwise, it'd obscure the turbines. But it's been very good here not to have the turbines obscured in any way by the striding arch.
Yeah, but we can see that the turbines are a dominant characteristic.
Well, they're prominent in the view. Yes, I mean the most dominant features of the landscape there are is the landform and the forestry, and that remains the dominant characteristic of the landscape. The turbines are prominent in it. Yes.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, and again, perhaps taking this short in relation to, I'm using the LCT 19 and the key points that Ms. McNair identifies, and Mr. Steele in his document also identifies. But if we go on to look at the Sanquhar water, the head of the Sanquhar water, and we've obviously seen from the D&G study the discussion about the sensitivity of particularly of this area and its importance. And again, I suppose to put it in context, I suppose to put it in plan context, CD 347 shows us the Sanquhar water valley. CD 347 helpfully sets out the Sanquhar water valley and gives us an indication of the ZTV to blade tip for that area. And it also helpfully sets out where the various turbines are as well. This is figure A69-1 CD3.47. It's in the additional information illustrative material, July 2020.
Yes, okay, now I'll just have to turn around and pick that up if you give me a moment.
Certainly.
have the right volume. I'll just find the right figure. I know the figure you mean, so please continue.
Yeah, it's just for ease of reference for everyone. And we'll come on to look at the Channel Water Valley as well. It's CD347 as well. It's page 2 of that. Figures A69-1, A69-2. But I suppose they give us the context in one sense of these two valleys and their tributaries. Well, I suppose that they're actually just dealing with the valleys there. They don't actually deal with the tributaries as well. But they give us an idea of the geographic context and also an idea of well, setting out the ZTV along these valleys as well as a start.
Yes, they do. I mean, for topographically, the better reference is that topographical plan that I mentioned in my evidence in chief. But yes, you're right. This actually overlays the ZTV, so that is helpful in knowing where you can and can't, or potentially can or can't see something.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously, this is an area where the council were concerned that there weren't a sufficient number of viewpoints, and additional viewpoints have been. Well, additional information, should I say, has been supplied, and I suppose CD456 assists in this, does it not?
Just turn that up.
That's the supplementary information, Appendix 7.
Yes, for example, there at CD 456, you've got the scour water visualization from the property house scour.
Yeah, and that helps and gives an indication of, we can see what's the picture of what's there just now, and then we've got the wireline just below it, showing that we have currently a view with in the sensitive area of no wind farms, and then we've got the tips or tops of 5 wind farms appearing there.
Well, not 5 wind farms, but
5 wind turbines, sorry.
5 turbines, yes.
And we get an idea of this from the what it will look like from the photo montage, which is sheet C. Is that correct?
Yes, you do.
Yeah, just to give one example. Unfortunately, it's one of the few examples that that have been produced in relation to this important area. But it gives an indication of the likely effect of bringing wind farm development into this part of the Scar Valley.
Yes, I know it doesn't help you, but when an assessor's carrying out an LVIA and they're sitting back in the office after they've done their days of site work, of course they can ask one of my tech team to produce them a wireframe from anywhere, at any time, and any place, and they regularly do. So they look at hundreds upon hundreds of wireframes whilst they're undertaking the assessment. Of course, they can't all be produced in the assessment.
Mm-hmm. Well, we've got to live with what has been produced.
Yes, I'm just pointing out the difference that the assessor has in terms of tools at their age during the assessment process.
Yeah, and then so with that assistance of what documents to look at, going back to paragraph 2.5.2 of the council's landscape officers assessment. I think we've dealt with the first few key bullet points and key issues that are identified. But I suppose there's one other one that might be helpful to deal with at this stage, whilst we've got that document CD 347 to hand. The final bullet point on page 19 refers to the access road would also detract from the smooth, unspoilt character of the hills and valley slopes at the head of the Scar Water Valley. And it's identified there that there's no representative viewpoints, visualizations requested by the DGC. And this, I think, is in particular in relation to the access route up to wind turbine 25, which you can see is the sort of last one on the far edge of the figure in CD 347.
Yes,
And I
right.
think-
There's no visualization showing that, no.
No, but there's an access road that goes straight up that up that hill. Is that not correct?
I think that is correct, yes, but
Yeah.
I haven't checked back
And-
with the material.
Yes, and as the council landscape officer also identifies in relation to the effects in relation to the turbines 22, 25, 36, 38 and 40 in the Scar Valley, there's no adequate representative viewpoints from within the Scar Valley, although viewpoint 5 shows the scale effects of the turbines in relation to the landform and see the additional wire lines, which I think we've just looked at.
Yes, I mean, it is the case that Janet Swells in particular, and Dumfries and Galloway on behalf of Janet Swells, asked for considerable amount of additional visual material. The applicant provided some of that, but not all that was requested. And as I said earlier, I think the amount of visual material that's been provided in relation to the scheme is quite significant. It's a very substantial body of visual material, and in keeping something sort of in terms of proportionate and balanced, I think that the amount of material that's been provided is perfectly adequate for professional landscape architects to be able to make the necessary judgments. If we'd have provided all the material that was requested, it would not have been proportionate. Well,
clearly the impacts on the Scar Valley, the sensitivity of the Scar Valley is identified in the D&G study. It's repeatedly mentioned in the study in relation to not just obviously LCT 19, the Nithsdale unit, but also in relation to the Scar Valley unit of LCT 10 in detail. And we looked at that this morning in some detail, but there's a limited. All we really have is the additional information that was provided. Do we not?
yes, you do, and I went through what that additional information was this morning.
And I suppose drawing us up to conclusion in relation to this unit over the page at page 99 or page 20, the council landscape architect concludes that the influence of wind farms on landscape character would shift from wind farms as isolated and or more distant features to wind farms as a key characteristic of the Nithsdale unit of the LCT overall, and wind farms as a defining characteristic of a currently undeveloped track and large proportion of the unit.
Yes, I see that's what it says. I expressed my opinion this morning, and quite clearly, when you put a wind farm in close proximity to a landscape, it'll have a greater impact on that landscape than more distant wind farms. And that is a matter of fact. Yes, it will.
Yeah. So you're not disputing, as a matter of fact, that's set out by the landscape architect at that concluding paragraph.
I'm saying yes, that is what they set out, and I'm saying yes, I accept that when you locate a wind farm in close proximity to a landscape, as in this case, it'll have a greater effect on that landscape than the more distant schemes that may have already be in the landscape. Yes, I think that's obvious, I think. And then the LVI goes on to identify those significant effects.
And then if we turn and do the same thing in relation to the Ken unit of the Southern Uplands with Forest LCT 19A, we can find that at paragraph 2.5.1, page 18 of the assessment, page 97 of the electronic version. And again, we have to read that with paragraph 5.2.3, which is at page 40 and 41, or page 119 and 120. Sorry, my correction. There it's paragraph 5.2.3. which is, yes, page 41 through to 44, where there's a detailed analysis, electronic page 120 onwards. And I'm sure you're familiar and you've already read this. I'm sure we all have already read this. But again, just looking at the key points that are identified there in paragraph 2.5.1. The first one, the widespread of the wind farm would detract from the open hills, forming an arc around Cairn Head, and then the 3 sub-bullet points. And we can see that, I suppose, from viewpoint 7 that we've already looked at.
Yes, and the LVIA has identified a major and significant effect from that location. It's in close proximity to a large wind farm.
Yeah, and then importantly, the next one, the setting, scale and character and local distinctiveness of the upper reaches of the Ken, Scar and Shingle water valleys. And I suppose we've looked at the Scar Valley, the Shingle water valley. That would probably be, again, whilst there's no, as is identified there, no visualizations. The best one to look at would be the additional wire lines, would it not, which are CD 458.
Yes.
Yeah, and if we just go to them, just as to put this in context. And this is taken from the core path between Shingle Head and Appin Lodge. And we can see the current view and the wire line of the turbines are shown below and in sheet B. And we can get an idea, I suppose, from the photo montage on sheet C, what this will look like, again bringing the wind farm development into this part of the valley.
Yes, that's correct.
Good. There is a similar an analysis and conclusion. Well, there's a conclusion on page 98 over the page that the influence of wind farm on landscape character would again shift from wind farm as a key characteristic of the Ken unit LCT 19A to wind farm as a defined characteristic of most of the central and northern sections of the unit.
No, that's where I don't agree. They're prominent, they're visible, and the LVIA has ascribed the appropriate level of significance and the distances at which that significance will be. But even you can see in the one we're looking at from Appin Lodge, they're prominent in the view, but they don't become the defining characteristic of that view.
Well, that ultimately is a matter of judgment, but it dramatically changes that view from, as we can all see.
Well, if we take out the language of dramatically, yes, they're prominent in the view, and they change the view in the way that you can clearly see on that visualization, but they don't become the dominant characteristic of that part of the landscape. They become a prominent characteristic within that part of the landscape.
Yeah, they become a prominent land. Yes.
Yes.
Okay, and there is the conclusion then at the end of that section that the other turbines within the Ken unit of LCT 19A, turbines 25 to 29, 31 and 32, occupy an open ridgeline immediately adjacent to and more typical of the Nithsdale unit LCT 19. And I suppose we've already looked at the effects on that.
We have, yes.
Yeah. And then the just for completeness, and I think we've looked at the key matters in relation to these already. We can see the effects on the Scar and Shingle units of Upland Glen LCT, they're analysed on page 99 or page 20 of the document and page 21. And also in the section at paragraph 5.2.5 to page 47 to 49, there's a detailed analysis. And it's identified there, the key point, I suppose, as we've discussed, that all effects would be indirect, but where the turbines are prominently perched on the valley edge, such effects may be perceptibly direct. And I suppose we've seen that through the productions we've already looked at. But there's an overall conclusion that the influence of operational consented wind farms on this landscape character would shift from wind farms as an isolated feature or none at all in the mid-Sanquhar water valley and upper reaches of the Shingle Valley to landscapes where wind farm development becomes a key characteristic in localized stretches of the upper glens. And the overall conclusion at the end of page 140, page 100 rather, page 21, that this is considered a significant and unacceptable effect given the high landscape value and other sensitivity of the Shingle and Sanquhar units.
For a good deal of that, I was in agreement because yes, the turbines will become a key characteristic in those views and on those parts of the character unit from which the turbines can be seen. But I'd just stop at the point of unacceptability, which Janet Swales does tend to stray into, because the LVIA has identified those significant effects, and my evidence, as was this morning, is I'm merely asking for that basket of significant effects to be taken forward into the planning balance. But those effects in relation to those views have been taken into account. And as you read out to me at the beginning, where the significant effects lie within the Sanquhar water and the Shingle water, significant effects are identified.
Yes, but Dr. Swill uses the term unacceptable and acceptable in the context of whether the landscape is capable of accommodating the development as she sets out when she analyses her use of the word acceptability and her use of the word unacceptable in this document, does she not?
Well, whether or not the landscape is capable of accommodating development is a matter for the planning balance and the decision maker, based on the levels of effect that a wind farm would have on those character areas. But I don't think it's right for the landscape architect to stray into either unacceptable in the terms that I understand that Dr. Swales has said it, or even deemed unacceptable in relation to any specific characteristics, because even if turbines had the most appalling impact on the Sanquhar Water Valley, the landscape architect should just report what those impacts are and then leave it to the decision maker to make judgments about those impacts. And it may well be that the planning balance isn't met, but it's not for the landscape architect to decide it's unacceptable.
Well, ultimately, this guidance or this memo is advising on the extent that the proposal complies with the criteria within the local development plan, which are relevant to landscape and visual effects. So it is just like any other expert, whether it be a transport expert or the roads department advising on compliance with a criteria, whether it's acceptable or not. It would, in one sense, be remiss if there wasn't a conclusion in relation to the key criteria that she is advising on, and that's the context that she sets in this document.
No, because it's different. Because if noise levels exceed levels which are allowed, say within ETSU, then you've crossed a threshold of something that's not allowed. If a visibility splay doesn't meet the requirements that a visibility splay must be, then it's wrong. But in landscape visual terms, even if Dr. Swales thinks that the turbines have a particular effects or a particular very significant effects on features in the landscape, it can't come to a point where you decide, like you can if you're a road engineer or an acoustics expert or many other forms of expert, that you've passed some sort of line or some sort of threshold of unacceptability, because that's not our role. And what level of harm can be accepted in the landscape changes on quite a regular basis. And it should just be that we report properly and professionally to the reporter the significant effects and then allow those to be taken forward.
Well, Dr. Swells is advising in this document in the context of policy IN2, and we can see that from later on in this document, pages 39-40, where she puts in context her use of the terms unacceptable and unacceptable in the context of that document and in the context of the D&G guidance.
Yes, but as I understand that, that's on the
An overall-
basis. That's on the basis of, does it or doesn't it comply with what the guidance tells you you must do? And that's, again, this idea that rather than it actually being guidance, it's something one must comply with.
But she is giving her professional advice on these matters, which is perfectly appropriate, is it not? And she sets that out in the context that she's giving that advice in paragraphs 5.1.5.
Yes, of course, Dr. Swells has her opinion and has her right to her opinion, but it's not something where she can say, well, I'm clearly right because this hasn't been complied with and this is unacceptable. You need to stop short of that and say, here are my views on the significant effects. Here's Mr. Denny's or the applicant's views on the significant effects, and report those honestly to the reporter, which is, I think, what we're trying to do today.
Yes, and she does set that out in the detail that we're looking at just now, and again to just highlight, I suppose, the other areas that she looked at. Paragraph 2.54 deals with the Ken unit, Narrow Woodland Valley LCT4, and that is another unit. Well, that is another assessment where I think that your organisation had indicated that you would provide additional information on, but in fact didn't provide additional information on. Is that not correct?
I don't know the context of that completely, but if you're telling me that that wasn't provided, then I will accept that it wasn't provided.
Well, there was a letter of the 31st March 2020 when I think
yeah, there was a lot of correspondence, and I can't remember the detail of it all.
Yeah, well, the letter set out, it is lodged. I think it is CD3.
Yeah. I'm prepared to accept if you're telling me that's correct, and I'll accept it's correct.
And it hasn't been produced yet. No, thank you. And in relation to LCT9, we can see the again the analysis there in paragraph 2.55.
Yes, on the effects on the Nithsdale unit of Upperdale.
Yeah. Can we, because I appreciate that time is moving on and we've still got quite a lot to go through. I suppose at this stage really tie up the points in relation to the landscape capacity study. Now, you mentioned this morning the and excuse my pronunciation if I get this wrong, is it the Labrac's decision of 2015 as an example of what regard our reporter had to the D&G guidance. I suppose that's got to, first of all, be seen in the context. That was 2015, and it was dealing with two versions before this of the guidance. I think there was a 2016 guidance, and there was the 2011 study, and that was dealing with that study. Is that correct?
It is. I only mentioned that one in particular because it was in Dumfries and Galloway. There are plenty of other, obviously, reporters' decisions relating to capacity studies in a similar vein, including indeed this reporter having made similar conclusions.
And I think we can see also from the a more recent one, the Cornharrow decision, which is closer to this the area of the application site CD 1132 of an example where a reporter relied heavily on the DNG study and indeed used it in the way that I think you accepted this morning, that it should be used by taking the key points, that the key constraints and the key issues identified in it and addressing each one in the decision.
Yes, I think as long as it's done in the right way, of course, because the capacity study is a strategic guidance study and needs to sit alongside the detailed site-specific and development-specific analysis of the LVIA. It's not an either-or, and it's not one setting aside the other. And of course, the most detailed guidance about the effects of this particular development are those in the LVIA rather than the strategic guidance. But I admitted this morning, it's still a material consideration for the reporter.
Yes, and it does identify the important key issues that have to be addressed. If we can move on to the regional scenic area and the effect in relation to that.
Armstrong, sorry to interrupt you whilst you're speaking. I just wonder whether that would be a good opportunity for a short comfort break before you move on to a different topic area as such.
I think this would be a perfect time for that. Yes, yes, sir.
Okay. Lovely. Okay. Well, if I suggest we have a 15 or almost a 15-minute break and resume at 3:30, please. Again, Mr. Denny, same rules apply. So if you can not speak to any of your colleagues, please during the break. Thank you. Okay, thank you, Mr. Armstrong. Whenever you're ready, thanks.
I'm obliged. And we're, as I said, Mr. Denny, we're going on to the regional scenic area and effects on that. And again, an attempt to try and take this as briefly as possible and concentrate on the key issues. As far as the assessment in the LVIA is concerned, there's, I think, 3 paragraphs that deal with this. It's again we're back to CD 3606, and if you could just confirm, it's paragraph, I think, 6.3.19, which tells us about the removal of the 2 turbines that were located within the designated landscape. And then that's on page 8 of that chapter. And then if you go on to page 42, there's the discussion of effect of upon landscape designations, and it's set out at 6.8133 to 6.8134, and there's reference to the Appendix 7 analysis. But the summary conclusion, which I think summarizes your position as set out in your report, and your recognition, is that set out in paragraph 6.8.134, that the conclusion that there will not be significant effects upon the ability to appreciate the underlying RSA, the landscape as a whole would remain attractive and legible. And that appears to have been the test, as it were, that was considered in the LVIA. And I think we can see that also from, if we go to the Appendix 7, which is CD 2.73. I don't think there was an update of this one. I think this is again in the environmental statement, but you no doubt can confirm
That's
that.
correct.
Yeah. And the conclusions set out there, and it's partly based on the fact that there's a conclusion at paragraph 11 that the RSA technical papers do not set out a definitive list of special qualities in relation to any of the RSAs within Dumfries and Galloway, and further research has also proven unsuccessful in determining both the reasoning behind the original designations and the special qualities. And is that a sort of quick summary of the position of the author of this document and your position?
Yes, except the part about the test, but because the test really is to see what the impact is on the RSA in terms of what we perceive to be its special qualities through an analysis of character and visual amenity and the aspects of the RSA in that regard, which is what the LVIA set out to do. But yes, and as you quite rightly pointed out, the assessments in the LVIA are summarized in my inquiry report in relation to the RSA between paragraphs 429 through to paragraphs 433, where it summarizes the various significant effects that the LVIA does identify with regard to the RSA.
But the test that you're sort of considering and applying is the one that's sort of set out at paragraph 6.8.134.
No, that's a comment. That's a sort of summary comment rather than it's the test.
So you agree that the yeah, well, where is that addressed in these 2 documents? That the test that's provided or asked for or set out in the LDP, which is the factors to be taken account in the designating the area and whether they would be significantly adversely affected. Where's that addressed then in the LVIA?
Well, it's not possible to address it directly because you can't see what the factors were, so you can't directly relate to those factors. So what the LVIA has done is carry out an assessment of the impacts on the RSA.
But the conclusion, or the analysis of the conclusion, is that as set out at 6.8.134, which is applying a different test, is it not? And giving a conclusion that there will not be significant effects upon the ability to appreciate the underlying RSA, and the landscape as a whole would remain attractive and legible. That's not the appropriate consideration, is it?
Well, I'm not carrying out the policy test, and the LVIA is not carrying out the policy test. What the LVIA is looking at is what is the impact on the characteristics, the qualities of the RSA? Do they give rise to significant effects in terms of character? And it's set those out. And then I have commented that I consider that that doesn't affect the RSA in such a way as those qualities can no longer be appreciated, understood, and that the integrity remains.
Well, the paragraph 11 of Appendix 6.7 appears to be saying, well, they can't work out what the definitive list of special qualities are because they can't follow it from the RSA technical paper.
No, so we've had to carry out an assessment of our own, based on our own judgment about the characteristics of the RSA.
Yeah. But there is no conclusion that's set out in 6.8.134 does not address that specific issue, does it?
The specific issue of
what the fact, the extent that there's a significant adverse effect on the factors which were taken into account in designating the area. It's a different test that, or a different consideration that's been considered in that last paragraph of 6.
Yeah, because the policy asks you to undertake a test that you can't undertake because you can't get to the base information necessary to undertake the test. So, as I've said in paragraph 427 of my inquiry report, the LVIA therefore focused on identifying those effects upon landscape character and visual amenity within the Thornhill Landscapes RSA, with viewpoints located outside, etc., to assess the impact upon it, and that's what the LVIA has reported.
Well, I'm dealing with 6.8.134 to start off with, and my understanding of that read with Appendix 6.7 is at paragraph 11 of Appendix 6.7. The author indicates that they had difficulty, or they couldn't ascertain from the RSA technical paper the definitive list of special qualities, and so they've then gone on to consider and imply a different test in paragraph 6.8.134, and they do not address in these two documents the extent that there's significant adverse effects on the factors taken into account in designating the area.
Now, what the LVIA did, and I think what it says, is that the character and characteristics of the Thornhill Uplands RSA are described on page 33 of the technical paper, and therefore it has taken from that technical paper those things which the technical paper says this RSA is all about, and used those as the basis of its analysis of impacts on character and visual amenity.
Can you point out which paragraph of Appendix 6.7 that's set out? Particularly in regard to paragraph 11, which says the RSA technical paper do not set out a definitive list of special qualities in relation to any of the RSAs within Dumfries and Galloway. Further research has proven unsuccessful. The LVIA therefore solely considers effects upon landscape character and visual amenity within the RSA, and a brief summary of the facts is provided below.
That's correct. And where it takes that from, and where it's guided by, as you said, in the way that should be done when you spoke to me previously about this, is from the descriptions, further analysis in terms of the character assessment and the visual assessment within the LVIA, but also took into account all the descriptions and therefore the characteristics of the RSA from the RSA document, page 33, is how it was done.
Well, it doesn't say that, though, does it?
Well, so if you go to paragraph 428 of my inquiry report, I confirm that.
I'm not dealing with your inquiry report yet, Mr. Denny. I'm dealing with this document and the LVIA. I'll come on to your inquiry report in due course. I'm looking at these two documents just now.
No, I can't take you to that specifically, but I, as I say, if you just allow me to read it out, I confirm in paragraph 428, the description of the Thornhill Uplands as set out on its page 33 of the Regional Scenic Area technical paper has been considered.
Yeah, but I'm looking at the approach that was adopted, first of all, in the environmental statement. And that's not the approach, is it, that's set out in this environmental statement?
Well, the environmental statement did take into account the descriptions in technical paper, page 33.
Well,
I know that from a fact.
Can you please look at CD 273?
And we're looking at page
Appendix 6.7, CD 2.73, page 1, paragraph 11.
Just a moment. I don't have that in front of me, but I will get it. Can you give me the reference again, please? I've now picked up the correct document.
It's CD 273, and it's page 1 of that. It's Appendix 6.7, the assessment of effect upon landscape designations.
Yes.
Yeah. And I earlier went through the paragraphs in the section 6, and it refers in turn back to this for the analysis. And we can see in paragraph 11, can you not? And I'll give you time to look at paragraph 11.
Yes.
Well, I suppose put it in context, paragraph 10. I was trying to take this short, but both the adopted policy NE2 and the emerging policy of the same name set out the development should respect the special qualities of the RSA within the emerging policy, citing factors taken into account in designating the area as being an additional consideration. Then paragraph 11. The RSA technical papers do not set out a definitive list of special qualities in relation to any of the RSAs within Dumfries and Galloway, and further research has also proven unsuccessful in determining both the reasoning behind the original designations of the Thornhill Uplands and the special qualities that the landscape affords. The LVIA therefore solely considers effects upon landscape character and visual amenity within the Thornhill Uplands RSA, and a brief summary of the effects is provided below.
Yes, that's correct.
Now, that approach is not relying on, it's not going to paragraph 30, page 33 of the RSA and looking at the what it says. It's saying that, or it appears to be saying that it considers that that's not providing a definitive list, and they've been unsuccessful in determining these matters, so they're going about it in a different way.
No, because the definitive list isn't in the technical paper, the LVIA tried to draw those qualities from page 33, is how it was done.
Well, tell me then where it does that, because doesn't it then go on and just quote from the sections in relation to the various landscape character units assessments in the chapter in section 6?
Yes, that's correct. But what was done was that in undertaking that exercise, the descriptions in the technical paper, because they also were used in looking at landscape character for that area in general. So the descriptions help inform the character assessment analysis.
Yeah, well, where do they actually set out any? Well, Are you saying that a reading of that of these paragraphs sets that out?
No, I'm just saying that I know that was what was done.
But it's not what's set out there, is it?
It's not expressly stated, no.
Well, it's not stated at all.
No.
Thank you. Now, you subsequently, in your report, then consider this in a slightly different way in paragraphs 320 to 322, and your position is as set out in paragraphs finally in the response paragraphs 425 to 435. Is that correct? Whereby you conclude that that on any planning matters, it's really over to and compliance. It's over to Mr. Bell.
Yes, that's right.
That's a
Yes.
summary of.
I don't deal with policy compliance, no.
Yeah. And as far as the identification of the factors taken into account in designating the area and the assessment of the significant effects, we don't find that in the Appendix 6.7. We don't find it in Section 6, Chapter 6 of the additional environmental information. And the only analysis is the analysis that you set out from the applicant's viewpoint in these paragraphs that we've just discussed in your report.
Yes, that is my analysis.
So, and this has got to be seen, and again, I'm not going to stray into, or hopefully not going to stray into any sort of policy issues, but this has got to be seen in the context of policy, obviously NE2, and the factors, the assessment of the factors taken into account in designating the area as an RSA. And we're told in the plan, the local development plan, that the technical paper is produced which explains the designation process and shows the boundaries. So clearly the technical paper is an important document in consideration of this. Would you agree?
Well, it's certainly another material consideration. This is an RSA centred on Drumlanrig Castle. This development lies outside it, but has some impacts upon it, and some of those impacts are significant, and they've been identified in the LVIA.
Well, let's look at it then from a slightly different waypoint, and let's look at what the factors that were taken into account, and look at the extent that you consider these matters, and also the extent that the LVIA considers these matters. And so, could we have CD 1206 to hand, the technical paper? And I suppose to put this in context, we're told in the introduction, are we not, at page 2, that the first paragraph, that this technical paper examines and defines the 10 regional scenic areas, which are locally designated scenic areas within the Dumfries and Galloway, and ties it back into policy NE2. And for completeness, we're told of the government guidance in relation to this, in relation to regional scenic designations, and on that page, the third last paragraph, that this placed the onus on local planning authorities to safeguard the most outstanding beauty spots and encourage the provisions of visitor facilities in these areas. The intention was that there should be a strong presumption against development within designated areas, except where it was plainly necessary in connection with existing development or was consistent with the purpose of designation in providing appropriate facilities. So,
I can see what it says, yes.
Yes. And this document has got to be read with the D and G study, has it not? They're both interconnected, one referring to the to the other.
Yes.
Yeah, and we can see that from the page 3 and the conclusion. The DGW LCS should therefore be referred to alongside this report when considering potential onshore wind energy proposals within or potentially impacting on all RSAs. And we've already seen the references to the RSA in the various assessments and analysis in the D&G study, haven't we?
Yes, we have.
Yeah. And the relevant section for this is page 30. We've got the plan on page 32, the map on page 32, but page 33 and through to 35 deal with the Thornhill uplands.
Yes, and that's where you get the description which the LVIA was cognizant of and which it considered.
Yeah, and I again, and I appreciate that you did not write the LVIA, but again, is it not clear from looking at page 33 the factors taken into account in designating the area? And really, for somebody to say, as they do in paragraph 11 of CD 273, that the RSA technical paper does not set out a definitive list of special qualities and further research has proven unsuccessful. Is it not apparent from the first 4 paragraphs of that document what are the key points and factors that have got to be taken into account?
You very much have to try and work it out for yourself, and if 6 people did it, they might come up with 6 different lists of what were the special qualities if they tried to do that. I mean, I'm used to working with documents for RSAs, AOMBs in England and national scenic areas in Scotland, where you do get the special qualities identified, and it sets out what those special qualities are, and they can be very, very wide ranging, but it does set out what they are. Here you have to make that decision for yourself, and you do the best you possibly can. But if 2 different people did it, they wouldn't necessarily come up with the same list of special qualities.
Well, let's see if you and I today come up with the same sentences in these 4 paragraphs. If we deal with the first paragraph, would you not agree that the series of glaciated upland glens of Sanquhar, Shinwell, Dalwot, its tributaries carving their way southward through the hills of the southern uplands is clearly one of them?
Well, it's clearly one of its key characteristics. The degree to which then that's decided it's a special quality of the regional scenic area is not certain, but certainly one of its key characteristics in that description.
Oh, come on, Mr. Denny. I mean, it's paragraph 1. The opening is setting the scene here. It's setting out what these first 4 paragraphs are clearly setting out the key issues here are the key factors. If you're reading this in the context of remember the D&G study, which identifies these as the key issues as well, if we want to go back to that document and the reference to the Sanquhar and Shinwell and how these are important and significant.
Yes, I'm agreeing with you that clearly those topographical features and the landscape and the forms it describes are one of its key characteristics in that location. But of course, they're not the special qualities of this regional scenic area as a whole.
Well, it's the factors taken into account in designating the area, and these are clearly the designated area centres around. It can't be much clearer than that, can it, Mr. Denny?
No, I'm agreeing with you that sets out one of the key characteristics of the RSA.
Yeah, and the second paragraph as well identifies the visual envelopes of the Sanquhar, Shinwell and Dalwot upper glens and those parts of the southern uplands where the characteristic of the landscape types are most strongly expressed. Again, reading this as we're told to do in the context of the D&G study, that's clear as well, is it not?
Well, again, that's a very clear description of key characteristics of this landscape.
Yeah. And the third paragraph, that first sentence, is relevant, mentioning the uplands and valley scenery.
Yes, again, another description of characteristics. Yes.
Yeah, and the fourth one, the hills of the southern uplands form large, smooth, steep-sided domes with complex spurs and ridges, dissected by numerous steeply sided clefts and several long, deep U-shaped upland glens. This is the wording is taken from the D&G study, and the important key characteristics in that.
Yes, it's describing, as the LVIA has taken, its key characteristics.
So
I think the difference may be between us is not that this page, because we realized this page described key characteristics, which is why the LVIA took those key characteristics as part of what it considered.
yeah,
I think the difference is a special quality can be something very different to that. Special quality may be something about the particular nature of those deeply incised valleys in terms of the intactness of the landscape, or the quality of hedgerows or walls, or the manner in which the vegetation is still managed in a traditional fashion or not managed in those sorts of things are what come forward as special qualities, notwithstanding the key characteristics of the landscape. So I think the difference between us is I'm used to seeing key characteristics come forward and explain a level of detail about what's considered to be special about a landscape, rather than just saying, well, this is a description of its key characteristics, and that is what's special about this landscape. One would have to surmise that was the case.
Well, in hindsight, would you not agree that it's unfortunate the way the author of the LVIA has dealt with this in paragraphs 11 and 12, and his or her assessment, when in fact it is clear when you look at this combined with, sorry, we haven't gone over the page, I suppose, page 34, which deals with the extended the extension of the RSA, and deals with the upland glens, and sets out the scar and shingle and the reasons behind that, which are set out there, all upland glens with an upper Nisdale, where they contrast dramatically with the adjacent southern uplands. The extreme upper margins of certain glens have been omitted, where the glen characters become less pronounced, etc. Again, it's clear from this document, is it not, what the issues are and what you've got to consider when using when considering NE2 and the criteria set out there.
It's clear from this document what the key characteristics of the landscape are. It describes key characteristics of the landscape. That's not necessarily the same thing as a definitive list of special qualities, because special qualities can be very much broader than that and have a whole host of different reasons. I mean, I know from a study that I did only very recently in the Lake District National Park in England, how if you just described the characteristics of the landscape of that national park, you would not come up with a list of its special qualities, because they relate to a whole host of reasons to do with the emergence of the art movement that led to the picturesque, the manner in which farming units have been kept intact because of land practices within, and how intact those are. There's a whole range of things which get set out in special qualities that go beyond a description of a landscape's key characteristics, because otherwise that's a character assessment.
Well, if we could look at again how the Council's landscape architect addressed this matter in document CD 505, and if you could have that again to hand, electronic page 102, printed page 23, and paragraph 2.5.7 deals with this matter, does it not? Along with the consideration in the policy section.
So I suppose what you're saying to me, if I can summarize it, if it helps, you're saying to me the special qualities are expressed within its character, and its character is described.
They're identified in these first 4 paragraphs, are they not, of the RSA? Yes. And the landscape architect, page 23 and 24, goes on to analyze these, and taking this short, we can see the bullet points at the bottom of page 23, and the sentence before that, Sanquhar 2 would give rise to significant additional landscape and visual effects on the latter northwestern area of the Thornhill RSA, giving rise to the following significant stroke marginally significant effects. And there follows the various bullet points, the 3 bullet points there, and then over the page, dealing with the significant landscape and cumulative landscape effects, and a conclusion on this matter at the bottom, where it concludes of that paragraph on page 103, page 24, that in terms of the degree of wind farm influence, the addition of Sanquhar 2 would be a sea change for the northwestern section of the RSA, from landscape where wind farms' isolated features are not present at all to landscape where wind farm development becomes a key characteristic and defining influence in some localized areas, such as the remote tributary valleys, and that these levels of additional impact on the RSA are not considered acceptable, leading to considerable erosion of the extent of the landscape of designatable areas, as well as significant visual effects on the wider areas. And then the overall conclusion at the end, that it is not supported. This proposal is not supported when one takes into account the factors that have to be taken into account in the designation of the area. That's what
I can see. That's exactly what it says. As I said, if what you're putting to me is that, and because we're having this debate, it's quite clearly not obvious that a description of the character of the RSA is indeed what its special qualities are. But if you're putting to me that that is what the special qualities of this RSA is, it's no more or no less than the components of its character, then the LVIA has done the right thing, because it's assessed the impact on character of the RSA and the impact on visual amenity within the RSA and reported those significant effects.
Well, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that it's identified as it not. I'm not giving evidence at the end of the day, might add, but I'm saying that they're identified in the first 4 paragraphs of page 33, and that's what the assessment should have been carried out considering.
Well, as I say, I think in that regard, then you have to, as we said earlier, you have to make the judgment that that was what this document was intending when it meant special qualities. But it isn't clear that that's what it meant, because in reading that as a landscape architect, I read that as a description of the characteristics of the landscape from which special qualities may be derived, and those special qualities can be varied and multiple. But it's not obvious that you can say, oh, this RSA, you're only intended to take its characteristics as its special qualities, because in most other occasions I would expect it to be different and more than that. Ultimately, if that's what it is, then that's what it is.
Well, ultimately, it's for the reporter then and the Scottish ministers to consider that. But it's not an issue that has been analysed or considered properly in the.
Well, it would have been helpful if the document had said the special qualities of this RSA are, and then listed those things which are its special qualities. Then we wouldn't even be having this debate.
Well, we seem to be in a degree of agreement. Yes, in relation to the first 4 paragraphs of page 33. And I suppose, putting this in context, that it's turbines 33, 34, 45 and 46 are all within what, 200 meters of the boundary of the RSA?
Yes, they're not in the RSA, but they're relatively closely related to its boundary at that point. Yes.
Yeah.
The turbines that were in the RSA have been removed, and that was partly a decision that I expressed that I thought should happen.
Yeah, and again, this has got to be seen in the context of what's set out at paragraph 2.5.7, that was viewpoints 5 and 24 show the wider context of the upland glens and uplands. No representative viewpoints from the upland glens have been produced.
That's correct, yes.
Yes. Okay, can we turn on to on that point and move on to another topic, and that's the strategic location of the site pattern of development and strategic cumulative effects. And would it be correct to say that your position on this is really summarized at paragraph 4.6 of your report? Where you set out, it's important to recognize, and again, you set this out in examination in chief this morning, I think, that it is important to recognize that each scheme should be judged on its own merits, and whilst potential cumulative effects are relevant considerations, it is not the case that a scheme which lies in a different part of the landscape or in different scale or size from others which have been granted consent should automatically be viewed unfavorably as a result. The matter of strategic development pattern is not therefore discussed further for this reason. Rather, the evidence considers the landscape and visual effects arising from the proposed development.
Yes, that's exactly what it says.
And that position is certainly at odds with what Nature Scotland set out, what the Council have set out, and I suppose the Council's guidance and policy in LDP2 at policy IN2 and supplementary planning guidance policy D8 and 9 and the criteria in D11, which I'm sure we're familiar with, but you don't consider this issue directly relevant.
Well, what the LVIA does is assesses the cumulative impact of the development, which means its relationship to and the impacts that would arise because of its relationship with and to the other wind farms. So in effect, through a cumulative impact study, you are seeing what the effects are against what Dumfries and Galloway Council may call the emerging wind farm pattern, because you're measuring the effects against both the baseline of constructed schemes and also against the consented schemes. So through that cumulative impact assessment, you are assessing the scheme against whatever wind farm pattern has started to emerge. But no, the LVIA doesn't undertake an analysis per se of wind farm pattern, a kind of retrospective of what sort of pattern is developing in this landscape. It does look at the scheme on its merits.
Yeah, but I suppose this all goes back to the question, which I appreciate you've not been involved in, is the selection of the site and the choice of this site, because clearly Nature Scot and the council considered that this site has an important strategic significance in light of the development that has consented and has already been developed.
Well, I think the key point here is, as you heard me say earlier, not only are the wind farms directly in the location of this proposal, Sanquhar 2, two of those wind farms which have been approved by Dumfries and Galloway Council, Sanquhar 6 and Sanquhar, the original Sanquhar scheme, are both wind farms developed by this client. And therefore, this wind farm is coming forward in an area immediately adjacent to and associated with that wind farm pattern of schemes that are coming forward in this landscape. And then, of course, we've got Lorg and we've got 20 Shilling also coming forward in this area. So if you want to look at it in a context which you call emerging wind farm pattern, then this scheme sits centrally within an area in which a pattern of wind farms is emerging. But my personal view is it's emerging organically rather than that there's some sort of prescriptive pattern that one must adhere to. But certainly because of permissions being granted, organically a pattern of wind farms is starting to emerge in the landscape, of which this is one, and it sits with those other and in some cases immediately adjacent to those other wind farms which have been consented.
Well, when you say it's emerging organically, I suppose we do live in a planned system. We do live in a system where you're expected to have regard to guidance and advice and the policy position. And we have here the D&G study, which provides guidance. We have here the RSA technical report, and we have here the advice from Nature Scott and the Council in relation to the strategic importance of this site. But it appears from the environmental statement and from your evidence that that is just being ignored.
No, I don't think that's being ignored. And the other thing I would say is that it's not as though Dumfries and Galloway Council has said, well, this is the pattern of wind farms we'd like to see coming forward in Dumfries and Galloway. And we're going to facilitate that pattern of wind farms coming forward, because quite a number of the wind farms that have been granted permission that are now giving rise to this emerging organic pattern are ones that exist in areas where Dumfries and Galloway's capacity study says there is little or no capacity, or that wind farms would be unacceptable. So it isn't the case that this emerging pattern is one that is being guided and directed specifically by Dumfries and Galloway Council. It is coming forward in a slightly more ad hoc way. And also, of course, a reporter or the Scottish Government can only approve schemes that come forward. And they come forward with a particular design in a particular location. Some are considered acceptable, some are not. But they all contribute to this slightly ad hoc pattern. For example, there's no coherent limitation on, say, size of turbines, so that all the schemes coming forward in a particular location all have turbines of the same size, because each developer will come forward at a different period in time with a scheme that suits the requirements of that different period in time. And so we're getting this pattern developing, but as I say, it's more organic than it is strictly planned, other than, as I said this morning, the guidance where developers are most likely to seek to plant their wind farm is going to be in those areas that the capacity study says has the greater capacity.
Well, firstly, in relation to the, and not wanting to go back to the D&G study again, but the D&G study does set out and takes on board where the existing and consented wind farms at the time of the study, and discusses the cumulative impact of them. And secondly, we can see, though, that there is a pattern here, because development is going to certain places and certain clusters. There's, for example, as is set out in the by the Council's landscape architect, there are here two in particular distinct clusters of developments. That development to the north of Cairnsmore and of Carsfairn. The development is concentrated to the north of that site within the Carsfairn unit of 19A. And I mean, we can see that from the map that you referred to earlier today, CD402, perhaps if we have that to hand. And I'm not suggesting for a moment that this has got to be considered on a sort of map only basis. Of course, you've got to look at the extent that there is coalescence between these developments, how close they are, how intervisible they are, and the impacts on the landscape character. But we can see there that there are. It's a helpful guide to see that there are clusters of development. First of all, just to the north of Cairnsmore and of Carsfairn and the Carsfairn Hills. Would you agree that we've got Windy Standard 1, 2, 3, Affron, and Pentclow?
I agree that the area to the north and west of the Ken Valley, i.e. the uplands which we looked at this morning on the topography plan, are largely split into two areas, by the Ken Valley and the Ken Water, and by the Afton Valley. Turbines have been developing on those two upland areas because they have the characteristics to suit wind energy development over a number of years. One of those groups is on the land to the west and northwest of the Ken Valley and the Afton Valley, and the other lies to the east/southeast of that dividing line of this character area, and that other upland unit, for example, which has log in it, which has Sanquhar in it, Sanquhar 6 and 20 shilling, is the emerging cluster to which Sanquhar 2 would be.
Well, that cluster has first of all, they're smaller wind farms with a smaller number of turbines in them compared to the larger wind farms in the other cluster. But we can see from the plan, and we can see from the viewpoints that we have, that there is in effect a coalescence here as a result of, or there would be a coalescence of these two clusters as a result of this large proposal.
I don't think so. I said this morning in evidence in chief that although if you just look at it in a plan form, you may start to come to a conclusion like that, although I don't think even then, because of the Ken Water and the Afton Valley, you don't get that coalescence. But even more importantly, when you see these wind farms from vantage points in the landscape, you see different wind farms in different ways, in different juxtapositions at different times of your journey or experience, and you don't experience that coalescence in the same way as you might just easily describe from a plan form. And so, no, as I said this morning, I don't think that's the case.
You appear to be in the minority, and in relation to that, compared to what the council are setting out and what Nature Scott are setting out, and what Mr. Steele is setting out, and we can see, I suppose, ultimately, it's for the reporter and the Scottish Minister to decide these matters. But as far as the relevant viewpoints are concerned, again, in document 5.05 at page 17, paragraph 2.4.3, we're given a list of the viewpoints, in particular viewpoint 3, 7 we've already looked at, viewpoint 9, viewpoint 5, which we looked at, viewpoint 24, and the additional wirelines, gives some indication of how this proposal will fit into that wind farm pattern.
Well, what I would ask the reporter to do in that regard is to say, look at the impact or the view he gets of wind farm pattern and these clusters, say from when he's down in the valley in Nithsdale, for Sanquhar, Mennock and the area around there, where he won't see most of the other wind farms, but he will see some of those in the Sanquhar cluster. When he's in the Scourwater Valley or the Chinnell Valley, what wind farms would he see or not see? When he's in the Ken Valley, which wind farms would he see or not see? And see if that appreciation of these clusters comes about in the same way as one quite easily gets from looking at an aerial plan view on a map.
Well, you won't see. You obviously won't see them, as we spent most of the a large chunk of earlier today looking at the Chinnell Water and the Scourwater, and this proposal is bringing wind farm development into these areas where they're currently.
So from those locations, you couldn't be aware that there was any coalescence of clusters, because you can't see the cluster. In fact, there's very few places where you'd be able to see the coalescence of clusters.
Well, you would be aware, would you not, from the locations that, I mean, we can all pick areas where you wouldn't be aware of coalescence or the coming together of clusters. But from some key viewpoints, viewpoint 7, for example, viewpoint 3, viewpoint 9 that I've mentioned, you will be aware of that. And particularly on the Southern Upland Way, when you're walking along the Southern Upland Way, you'll be aware of it as you walk along that, whether you're going north to south or south to north. You would then see this development. And we've got the wire lines showing that, have we not?
Well, not just beyond the wire lines. I mean, I've walked the Southern Upland Way from St John's Town of Dalry all the way to Lowther Hill and back to St John's Town of Dalry. And in fact, for another wind farm, I've done it from Lowther Hill in the opposite direction, heading up south of Moffat. So I understand as a walker what your appreciation is of the different wind farms as you move through the landscape. And I can tell you it's very varied. And indeed, in some cases, you're not seeing any of them at all. But you see them in different angles of view at different times, in different juxtapositions. Yes, from Ben Brack, you can appreciate that a fairly large grouping of turbines is starting to come about on the north west side of the Ken Valley, because you can see some of those turbines from there. But you can't, because of topography, you still can't see all the turbines in that group by any means. It appears much more of as a cluster on plan than it does in reality. And similarly, from other viewpoints, you get that same picking up of some wind farms in the landscape, but not others. So I stand by what I said in evidence in chief this morning.
Yeah. Well, this is obviously a concern that both NatureScot and the council have, and we can see for ourselves if we look at viewpoints 3, 7, 9, at 5, and the wirelines and appendix 610, the extent that there is visual coalescence, as it were, here. But I suppose another factor to take into account is, particularly with regard to landscape character, is that I suppose wind farms within 2 kilometres of Sanquhar 2. We've got Sanquhar, we've got Sandy Now, Hare Hill Extension, Afron, is it, sorry,
Anti-shilling.
yes, Weatherside,
Whiteside
Whittleside Hill,
Whiteside Hill.
yeah, and Lorg are all within 2 kilometres of this
Yes,
proposal.
so what Sanquhar what Sanquhar 2 is doing is sitting in and fitting in with an emerging cluster of wind turbines, as I described earlier this morning.
Well, I suppose you're fitting in is somebody else's strategic gap, which shouldn't be developed, and ultimately that's a matter for the Scottish ministers and the reporter.
It is, yes,
to
it
advise.
is. That depends on a whole range of factors other than landscape, and it depends on what weight you're giving to the renewable energy that the scheme will develop, as to whether you want to keep a more open area in the middle of this cluster, or whether you're prepared to grant permission for this wind farm in this cluster with the ensuing significant effects that it has. That's a matter for the planning balance.
Yeah, and just on generally, I don't wish to take up too much time on the cumulative landscape impacts and visual impacts and what you were saying this morning. But we now have CD 451, do we not? Which is the guidance from NatureScot on cumulative impacts.
Yes, it's pretty much the same as their previous guidance.
Well, are there not some key points of clarification in that document, starting with setting out what are cumulative impacts. Cumulative impacts are the combined effect of a set of developments. Yes,
which is what the cumulative impact assessment does.
And we can see from that the extent that your position ties in with NatureScot's guidance in relation to this matter.
Yes.
Yeah. And we've also got the assistance of the supplementary planning guidance, and in particular D1 and D7 in relation to the burden of cumulative effects.
I can see what it says about the burden of cumulative effects. That's a way of describing, as we do when we're carrying out cumulative impact assessment, which of the schemes is giving rise to the greater proportion of the effect, which gives rise to it being a significant effect. You could, for example, say that an effect of Sanquhar would be a significant cumulative effect because there's already 9 widgets of effect from another wind farm, which is significant already. Sanquhar could add half a widget to that, and you record a significant cumulative effect because it is already significant from the wind farm that you're dealing with in the first place. So when you're looking at significance, you need to take that into account. But yes, that's exactly what the LVIA has done in its cumulative impact assessment.
Well, that's what you put you're setting out, that it's done.
Yeah. I was just explaining what the burden, what I think Dr. Swells means by the burden of cumulative effect. It's where the greater part of that cumulative effect is arising from. Which of the 2 schemes is giving effect to the greater part of the cumulative effect?
Yep. And as far as your comments, just going on to visual effects and the dispute in relation to significant or something slightly less than significant. Again, as far as the GLVIA guidance is concerned, paragraph 328 would be, I think you've got it to hand, you were holding it earlier. it is clearly of relevance. And 329, that combining judgments should be as transparent as possible. So you should be able to know how you the assessor reached the conclusion that they did.
It's always an ideal position, but not always the one that comes about, because but yes, that you should be able to see how things have been combined.
Yeah.
And indeed, I read out, I think this morning, in relation to the 4 viewpoint assessments which are in dispute as to whether they're significant or not, what some of those judgments were that the assessor took into account in coming to their judgment. So it's transparent in that regard.
And just whilst we're on methodology, as far as residential visual amenity is concerned, and your position or the analysis is set out in Appendix 6.6, CD 344, is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah, and if you bear with me. I seem to temporarily mislaid that document.
I'm doing that too, because I'm picking them up and putting them down in not in the order that I originally had them.
I'm glad I'm not the only one that's done that. Yes, I've got it now. And at CD 344.
Yes.
And perhaps we just turn to paragraph 76 as one example of that. Which is on page 8. Well, perhaps take this in one, because there's a couple of issues here that
Okay.
as you discussed this morning, and as is set out in Appendix 6.66, you identify the assessment methodology that you apply at paragraphs, or the author applies at paragraph, and you accept at paragraph 17 onwards, and in particular paragraph 20, how you come to your conclusions on dealing with low sensitivity, medium sensitivity, and high sensitivity.
Yes.
Yeah. And then as to the actual conclusions, we can see, for example, at paragraph 55, this isn't relation to, so yes, you can see that there, based upon the information available with respect to this property, taking into account its location and its setting in terms of the presence of mature vegetation, it's not anticipated that the turbines would be overbearing to the extent that the property would become an unattractive place to live. And that's the test that's also applied when we go on to other properties, and we can see that at paragraph 76 as well.
Yes, that's a test we always carry out, or attempt to carry out, in relation to residential properties. It's what used to be termed the lavender test, and has in recent years been adopted in many decisions by Scottish reporters as to whether, because there's a difference between a significant effect. I mean, I'm aware, I'm not a planner, but I'm aware there's no right to a view in planning. But the test that Inspector Lavender England tried to come about was, well, it might be there's no right to a view, but maybe a change could be so great and so affect somebody's residential amenity that it might render a property an undesirable place in which to live. It would not be in the public interest to do so, was basically how he started to phrase it. And it was worked up by other inspectors over a number of years, and adopted and revised by Scottish reporters. And that is different to whether there is a significant visual effect, i.e. a significant change in the view. So there may be a significant change in the view which is acceptable, there may be a significant change which may be greater than that, which needs to be additionally weighed in the planning balance, which is, does that significant effect is likely to be overwhelming, overbearing on that property's residential amenity? So we try to do both aspects of that test.
Well, I think you set out that there's no specific guidance on this, but I suppose there is specific guidance in CD 1210 from the Landscape Institute Technical Guidance Note, which is lodged. And there is also specific guidance, I suppose, from the supplementary planning guidance of the factors to be taken into account at E7.
Yes, in fact, that Landscape Institute guidance came about, I think it was written by Mark van Grieken of the technical committee in association with discussions with landscape architects like myself, who had done a lot of residential amenity study in relation to wind farms to bring about that guidance.
Yeah, and we can see from E7, E9, E8, and the box conclusion about the test that should be, in policy terms, applied here, the appropriate test.
Well, I'm not getting into policy tests. I said I'm not one to decide whether a policy test is or isn't met.
But it's coming back to the role of the I suppose the landscape architect here in advising. You appear to almost turn a blind eye, as it were, to the key guidance that's not helpful to your client's position. Do you
No,
not?
not at all. No, I don't.
Well, and come back with the defence that well, I'm not a planner, so I'm not dealing with the actual criteria or considering what is identified in the policy guidance, whether it be or the technical guidance, whether it be CD 1210 or the supplementary planning guidance.
No, what I'm saying is that in relation to residential visual amenity, the LVIA has carried out an appropriate and thorough analysis of what the change in visual amenity to the amenity of that resident and their property will be, reported that in detail and accurately, made a second judgment as to whether to consider that the nature of those significant effects may be overwhelming, overbearing or not, albeit still that is a judgment for ultimately for the reporter, and set out as much detail as we can to aid the reporter's decision in that regard. So in doing so, the LVIA has carried out a thoroughly appropriate and detailed residential amenity assessment.
Well, it set out a judgment in the context of the test that has been chosen to be applied in Appendix 6.6.
Yes, because that's our residential amenity methodology and has been for many years. I mean, I was central to developing the methodology for the approach to residential amenity studies for wind farms over the last 10 or 12 years.
Okay, well, can we briefly touch on design issues? And again, we've obviously got the Council's position on this and Nature Scott's position, who both consider that the proposal is not well cited or designed in terms of either the turbine elements of the scheme or the access roads. And again, the Council's landscape architect refers to a number of viewpoints that we can see that she sets out, highlights this 3, 4, 5, 6, 9, 12, 13, 22, 23, and 24 are the main ones that she identifies. But again, I suppose ultimately this, you would say, is a matter for the reporter and the Scottish ministers to determine.
Well, no, what I would also say is that a lot of what Council through Dr. Swales has said about not being a good design is more that where Dr. Swales considers the landscape or the landform cannot accommodate a wind farm of this scale, i.e. it's in the wrong place, she puts that down to poor design. Design is much more about the relationship of the turbines with each other and with the landscape, so that when we're trying to design a wind farm, we try to make sure that from key viewpoints, we minimize stacking, we look at the relationship between turbines, we try to see that there is a reasonably harmonious interrelationship between those turbines and so on. And we do go to quite a lot of trouble to site and microsite and move and microsite turbines to try to get that good relationship. And also where we decide that turbines might be giving rise to significant elements of effect, as in, for example, the ones that we removed in relation to the Afton Valley, turbines may even be removed from a scheme. That's all part of the iterative design process. That's slightly separate from choosing a location in the first place, which has other criteria as we discussed associated with it. So I was just trying to separate out those two elements between design and choice of location.
Well, yeah, I accept that obviously the landscape architect, the council landscape architect, identifies that it's the wrong site for this level of development, but it doesn't just stop there. The analysis of the design of the site. There is also an analysis of the number of wind turbines. No doubt you will say, well, that your client took that decision and you had to work with the number that they proposed. But there's the interaction with this site and other sites and the size of the wind turbines and other sites that the landscape architect for the council also identifies, and Mr. Steele refers to.
Yes, there's always a balance in wind farm design. The number of things that I've learned over the years in designing or assisting in designing many wind farms. For example, if I diminish the number of turbines or indeed reduce the height of turbines, because I think it would improve the relationship of the turbines with the landscape, I'm also reducing the benefits. And therefore, in fact, I could be making the scheme overall worse because it still may have a lot of significant effects, but no longer has the quantum of benefits sufficient to outweigh those. So it's always got to be a balance between the minimizing the environmental effects in terms of the landscape part of that assessment and maintaining the benefits and getting the right balance between those two things. The other thing I've learned is that if from one viewpoint you decide to drop a turbine because you think maybe the visual effect might be improved by removing it, you then go to another viewpoint and find out you've opened up a gap in the wind farm. And in fact, you've made things worse. And so again, when we're designing a wind farm, we go round and round and round the landscape, looking at all of the viewpoints, moving turbines, seeing what the effect of moving them is, seeing how that affects the overall appearance of the wind farm. It's quite a complex process. And the wind farm that comes forward is one that's been through that iterative exercise, in effect, as you put to me this morning, to be as good as it can be.
Yeah. Having regard to the site, but just on the sort of on the analysis of, and you do say you used a worst case scenario. Can I just be clear as far as the specification of the wind turbines are concerned? Perhaps the non-technical summary might be the best thing to look at this CD201 and figures 5A and 5B. Are they then when you talk about the worst case scenario, is that, because that seems to be it down as typical turbine specification, A and B, yet elsewhere you say it's a worst case scenario analysis.
No, it used to be easier in the day when a developer just sought approval for a candidate turbine, and I knew exactly what the hub height was and exactly what the swept path was and exactly what the blade length was. Now, because most applications, because of the need for flexibility, and it's been accepted for some time, are applications to tip height, I have to make an assumption that within that tip height, there could be some difference in hub height and swept path for a particular candidate turbine. So I mean, the most for turbines of this sort of scale, the most common blade length at the moment is giving up swept path is a 117. But it might be that at the time when the wind farm is built, a slightly different blade may be available. So when I'm saying worst case, I'm imagining the greatest swept path that would be achieved with the current usage of turbines rather than something less than that.
Yeah, but you're saying that there might be a slight difference there.
Yeah, something else I've discovered, turbines have become very big these days, I accept that. and there's a whole host of reasons why that is the case, and particularly because of the benefits of the generation and the efficiency of those turbines. But if you're out in the landscape at 7, 8, 9, 10, 12 kilometers away, and I show you a turbine with a blade length of, say, 70 meters, and I show you a turbine with a blade length of 75 meters, 5 meters like seem quite a lot. It's a whole parking bay. But at 15 kilometers away, unless you actually know, you can't really tell the difference. You can tell if you've got turbines in close proximity to one another, and somebody says, well, can you see the difference between that one and that one? And you can say, well, actually, yes, I think I can. But generally, you actually need to get reasonably biggish change in the swept path for someone to be able to really discern it at some of the distances we're talking about.
I was just wanted to clarify you when the point which I think you have done about the worst case scenario that you've considered, and that's
yes.
You're saying that there'd be a slight difference. There could potentially be a slight difference, but on design though, and again going back to document CD505 and your suggestion that it's primarily the criticism and design is in relation to the wrong site, and but it is the wrong size of development, as we can see, and the wrong positioning, which is also identified at paragraph 1.4.6, page 9, or page 88 of the electronic version, where it's identified there specifically turbines 22 to 50 are most problematic, and the access road where it links turbines 24 and 25. And then there's an identification of the scale and spread of the wind farm, the poor wind farm image. There's not a cohesive group in themselves or in combination with other schemes, and there's a reference to specific wind turbines there, and the access road as well is identified. So it would be incorrect to sort of summarize the council's objection, or indeed the analysis in relation to design issues, as purely that this is clearly the wrong development in the wrong place.
Well, I think it's partly that, because of course I think Dr. Swells thinks it's the wrong development because she thinks that 200-meter turbines are not acceptable in this landscape, and therefore it's the wrong development in the wrong place and it's poor design. I have to take a slightly different, more dispassionate view, because it's not for me to make a judgment about whether this landscape is the right place for this wind farm or not the right place. It's my job to assess what would the effects of this wind farm be if you put it in this landscape, so that I can pass that information on to the decision maker. And I think that's probably the difference between the approach that Dr. Swells and I take. But yes, I do try in advising my client, as far as it is practicable, to minimize the environmental effects through good design. But I know there's always going to have to be a compromise because of other factors, including keeping up the benefits to a level which allows the wind farm to come forward such that its benefits can be seen to outweigh any harms it gives rise to. And I do understand, because I've tried doing this before, and it's been pointed out to me by developers, and particularly their technical experts who look at yield. I was looking at a wind farm up in Argyll and Bute, and I was making changes to that wind farm, and they showed me how hugely I had affected the generation capacity of that scheme by what I thought were relatively minor changes in moving turbines down the contours to reduce their visual effect. And it's exponential in some regards. So part of good design in a wind farm is maintaining the benefits as well as minimizing the harms.
Well, Mr. Denny, I'm not disputing with you that there's a balancing exercise, but again, on evidence like that you've just set out there in relation to another wind farm, we do not have that evidence before us in relation to the specific points or the particular turbines that that are identified in paragraph 1.4.6, do we?
No, we don't. But
Thank you. Can we quickly, because I appreciate that if we get this finished today, and I think the reporters indicated that we'll sit to certainly 5. Can I just deal with aviation lighting? And again, we have limited evidence on this produced but by you. But would you not agree that it's clearly that the number of turbines that are going to be lit here are, as you set out earlier in your evidence, are going to make a significant difference to the nighttime landscape.
Depending on
From
where you're
such a
viewing them
view.
from. For the
From such
majority,
a view.
for the majority receptors, the answer to that would be no. I mean, I did the photography for the nighttime lighting assessment, so I've been in all the parts of this landscape at dawn and dusk, and had to do it a number of days because there's only a very limited window in which I can see the landscape at that time. But I've had, for example, trying to take photographs from the A76 or from near New Cumnock, of there being so much other light sources in the landscape that I've had to move to locations without those light sources to be able to get a photograph that would allow us to put the lights into the scheme, for example. And down at those valley locations where the majority of people would have the opportunity to see the turbine lights, were a lit turbine to be visible from those locations, of course, would see the turbines dim down significantly because of the reduction in the perceived intensity of those turbines with the angle of view below the turbine. They only appear bright as an aircraft would see them, really when you're flying just above them or at a level with them. They dim down very quickly with changes in angle of view below. So you're right, yes, there will be some significant effects on some parts of the landscape from those lights. But I would put it to you that very few, if nobody, would actually be in those parts of the landscapes when those lights were at full intensity. But the majority of receptors in the valley landscapes, along the valley roads, in their houses and properties, would not see them in that way.
Well, one factor that you don't appear to have analysed or taken into account would be the use of limiters in these in relation to this lighting, which I know you are familiar with in relation to at least one other inquiry.
Yes, I am. You know, it's not been my decision as to exactly which technical solution this developer is going to use, although I will always seek, and I've done it at each wind farm I've been involved in, to seek and encourage the developer to use as much as is possible to diminish the impact of the lights that there are. But no, you're right, with regards to those limiters, that's correct. And indeed, the other key thing, which is both what NatureScot want, and I suppose all of us want, is that the developer has said that they would consider proximity activated lighting, and I know a number of other developers are doing the same. And should that come forward, then of course we wouldn't have this issue at all, because the turbines would only be on for between 1% and 2% of the time, with the limitations in visibility, certainly beyond 5K in low light levels, and with depreciating angles of view, then the impact of the lighting then would be diminished very significantly. And indeed, I'm waiting for feedback from NatureScot on a scheme which is seeking to propose that exact solution and see what NatureScot's view on it is, but they've received it favourably so far.
Yeah, you set out there, just talking of the distance in relation to the lighting at paragraph 8 of your recognition, that it's unlikely that there'll be an effect over 2.5 kilometers, but you've there used the 5 kilometer distance, and the purpose of the aviation lighting is to be visually prominent beyond 2.5 kilometers.
It is in poor light conditions. In good light, in good visibility, the turbines dim down.
Yeah, but you don't have any visuals in relation to that.
No, the visuals, in fact, are a worst case. They're based on 2,000 candelas, so the chances are that for the majority of the time and in the light conditions that people would be seeing the turbines in, they'd be less bright than on the visuals, because they are a worst case, not taking into account how the turbines dim down when visibility is good. And of course, when visibility is good is when you're more likely to see the turbine lights.
If you just bear with me, I'll just check if there's any other issues still to go over. So, as well as not providing any visuals, you've not actually, in your sort of summary conclusion though on this, set out whether there be significant effects or not, have you?
Yes, I think the assessment does say that there will be some significant effects from the lighting, but they don't extend. I think from memory I'm saying this, but they don't extend to areas, to any localities where there isn't already a daytime significant effect assessed. So the lights don't give rise to significant effects in new locations which aren't already significant for daytime effects in any event. So it's a bit like the cumulative situation, really.
Yeah, we can see from your summary tables the extent that that's
Yes.
set out whether there's you've analysed this or not.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, well that's 450, and I think I've got through everything that I wanted to go through. Thank you very much, Mr. Denny.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Armstrong. Thank you, Mr. Denny. Mr. Campbell, I don't propose that we let's ask you to cross-examine Mr. Denny this afternoon. Could I get an indication, Mr. Campbell, of how long you would roughly anticipate to require for cross-examination?
Yes, I've tried to aim for an hour, and I think I can stay within that. Benefits of. Can you hear me all right? Sorry.
It's a bit faint. I don't know if you can, whether there's a microphone nearby that you can put nearer. I could just about make out what you were saying.
Sorry, I can't find it.
It'll be under some of those documents we were looking at, I'm sure.
Sorry. Sir, thank you. With the benefit of an adjournment, sir, I can be less time than I would have been otherwise. I think I should not exceed an hour in cross-examination. I have a limit. My learned friend, Mr. Armstrong, has covered a lot of the matters that I wish to cover, but inevitably our focus is different. Our focuses are different, and so there is some material that I do need to cover, which he hasn't touched. But an hour should do it.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Campbell. And Mr. Mundell, will you have questions for Mr. Denny?
Yeah, I've got maybe 3 or 4 sort of substantive questions. So I would think, I would take around 20 minutes maximum.
Okay.
More likely 15, depending on the length of the answer, which is, I guess, the difficult bit to work out.
No, that's fine. Thank you. That's helpful. So just looking ahead to tomorrow and the schedule in terms of making progress with witnesses, could I ask Mr. Hardy, how long would you anticipate to require to cross-examine Mr. Steele?
I think it's going to be 2 or 3 hours.
Okay, that's fine. And in terms of evidence in chief for Mr. Steele, Mr. Armstrong?
I would have thought under half an hour.
Okay, right. I feel reassured that we are still on track for the 3 days that we'd anticipated. So that's good. Okay, Mr. Denny, I'm afraid you won't be able to speak to any colleagues about any work matters over the course of the evening.
It's all understood, sir. I'm indeed going home, so the only person I could bore it with would be my wife in any event.
I'm sure she'd love to hear about it, Mr. Denny.
She's had far too much of it over the years, sir.
I can imagine. So if we can resume at 9:30 tomorrow morning, before we adjourn for the evening, does anybody have any questions, or are there any matters arising which need to be raised before we finish? No. Okay, in which case, thank you for your time and participation today, and I'll see you at 9:30 in the morning. Thank you very much. Good night.